charge them and deposit them into the grandstand. He hasn't, he hasn't, he has! What a catch! Edged and gone first ball, second slip takes the catch.
Unbelievable.
Has he got him? He has. Oh, wow. Now, that is some pickup shot. Goes again. Off the bat again, that sounded big and it was just as big. It's 50 for Eskenazi. He hasn't, he hasn't, he has! What a catch!
Oh, look at that. Have that.
Unbelievable.
All the fun and all the games, they all start here with All Stars Cricket. All new experiences for everyone. All over the country. Every session is all-out action all the time. All welcome, all invited. Even mums and dads. Skills, friendships, smiles, dreams. It all happens here. All you need is delivered right to your door. Best of all, it even has your name on it. All the activators are fully trained. And all they want is for us to have a great time. Always. Tap, ball, catch, throw. Try it all. It's time to go all in, all together. And it all starts with All Stars. All you need to get started is at allstarscricket.co.uk. This holiday at Dynamos Cricket.
Well, a very good morning, everybody. Welcome back to Lords. I'm Kevin Hands alongside Andrew McKenna here at the home of cricket for day 2 in this county championship match in Division 2. It promises to be a good one as well. A very good first day, certainly, for the host Middlesex. 63 without loss overnight in reply to Glamorgan's 199, having won the toss, the hosts, and in a pretty handsome position first thing this morning. Speaking of handsome positions, Andrew McKenna, it's a lovely grey sky up above if you're a Glamorgan bowler, is the one problem for Middlesex at the moment. one thing that isn't a problem for our Novas is that hover cover's coming off. There's been a little bit of rain, only a light sprinkling of it. I think we've got lucky this morning with the weather.
Yeah, I was out there having a little look at the pitch earlier on, and just 2 or 3 spots of rain came down, so they brought the cover out just in case. To be honest, the rain actually stopped by the time they'd let the air out of the hover cover, so they were just leaving it out there to be absolutely certain. I'm absolutely convinced we will start on time. And as you say, Middlesex are in a great position. Not going to be the easiest to bat today. Light's not brilliant, and it is not warm. Still that breeze is blowing, but they did the hard work yesterday. A quarter of that Glamorgan total knocked off. No wickets down. Now go on and make the most of it.
Yeah, exactly that. That wind's still coming in from the southeast, isn't it? Well, east, yeah, probably the east is the best way to describe it. And that can be a cold one. I'm looking at the flags flowing around now from the north as well. So that certainly plays its part. The heavy roller's just coming off. Hopefully that's good news that has finished its job, and it's not because they're about to push the hover cover back on. It is only going to be light if we have a little bit of rain, though. So hopefully nothing too much to fear. Right. 10 wickets fell on day one. It was a very, very good day for Middlesex, and a very good ending as well, 63 without loss. Let's have a look back on how it all unfolded yesterday. Right on the spot. That's what Middlesex will want to see. They've been frustrated by a little bit of consistency, I'd say, with the ball, having had, well... Oh, that's right up there and driven away. I mentioned that this third ball potentially was targeting the block hole. Leg side on that, that'll be 4. Hassan's into double figures, so Glamorgan.
That's the real kicker for a bowler, isn't it?
Be bringing LBW into play. That's offered up there from Roland Jones, just a little bit too full and put away by Byram. Lovely shot, gorgeous. That's a lovely shot. Beats Safa Gohar at backward point. Onto the hips. And off the hips. 4 more. Stroked away. That's a lovely shot from Byram. We've said that he... Lovely again. Driven away. Beautiful shot. Hassan moves into the 20s. Glamorgan 41 without loss, but... Oh, now Patterson has drawn Byram into a naughty shot this morning, wide outside off of all of the wonderful deliveries that he sent down. Well, whether it was meant to be a tempter.
A chill.
Short and pulled away. Bangs one in already. Oh, I stroked through. That's nicely done. Backward point. Oh, now that's edged. Flashing at that one northeast. It flies fine of gully. Picks up a boundary. Oh, short and put away. Now they've put a square leg back. Oh, whiff again, and that one's punched away by Al Hassan onto 35, 71. That's edged. Well. Al Hassan a little loose. That's fine. Nice shot. Glorious shot that from northeast. Really is. Slightly over pitched from Zafar Gohar, but... Oh, that is some timing. That is some way to bring up the 50. Well, we saw him get a back foot punch away in the last over. It didn't quite make the boundary then either. Similarly, not so this time. It's a massive boundary and uphill all the way, but Al Hassan brings up the 50 with 3 runs. Northeast again, dicing with death as he plays around a full straight one. It's a dot ball to mid-wicket, and it's lunch. And Al Hassan as well to get bad on it again, but that's been the game all morning. A little bit of wobble here and there. There's not been a great deal of assistance. Oh, now. That'll bring up the 100 for Glamorgan. Not fully in control. Al Hassan. Oh, that's a glorious shot. Sam Northeast's. Away. A little bit. He's got him. This time Patterson strikes. He knew it, and North East as well knew it. He pretty much turned and walked, didn't wait for the finger on that one. Oh, now he's got him. That nips away up the slope, which is a brilliant delivery from Toby Rowland-Jones. And Carlson prods once on a length as he walks off. Edge and gone! What a delivery from Brooks! He's picked up Ingram, 5th ball, gone for one, his 3rd ball of a new spell, and that's as good a ball as he'll have bowled all season, Brooks. A beautiful delivery. Edge and taken at the 2nd attempt. Oh, that nearly popped out. Deploy hangs on. Rowland-Jones, well, he can laugh now. Angle back. Well run away. Deploy is giving a very rapid chase, but it keeps on going. Oh, now. That was a thick edge from Cook. Oh, well, it was dismissed by Kellaway. It wasn't that short from Brooks. Good length. Oh, that's going to get Patterson's leg stretching as he chases after that one. Edged again. This one runs away. 4 more. No catching that one. It races away. Oh, that is some delivery. Goodness me, Higgins. Well, he's had a couple wobble in this over. That's a Jaffa to take the top of off. Boundary. Let's get off the marks for Van der Houten. He's managed to... Edged and taken by Eskenazi. Higgins has his 2nd. Middlesex sharing the workload here now in the wickets column. Dane Patterson on debut really got it going. And that's up there again from Rowland-Jones. 2 slips and a gully, it edges away. Oh, that wasn't far from taking off stump out of the grounds.
Shot.
He was looking to give that every chance there, wasn't he? Only a 4th over for Zafar Gohar though. Oh, well, there it is. Leonard Falls gone for 12. Zafar Gohar walks off with his 1st wicket of the day. Oh, well, look at that. Through he goes. A wow on the board for Zafar Gohar. Kellaway. Up in the air, I think he's got enough of it. 1 bounce and 4. There's a deep mid-off. He's not long off though. And Kellaway tries to do that with this one. Oh, that's heaved. That'll be the 50. Will it be the 50 with a 6 or a 4? It dropped short. Lost the flight of it, but bat raised by Kellaway. 51 from 81 deliveries. Oh, well, there's no doubt about that one. Squared up, outside edge beaten.
Rounds delayed proceedings at Hove. They're done for the day at Southampton and Birmingham in the Division 1.
That's a lovely shot. Oh, and there's an example of it. Leans into that one. How's the timing? Not quite. Slip and a slide. Oh, and he's taken it with him. Leg side again. Fernandez gets a beautiful chunk of that, and even to the biggest boundary. Oh, that's gorgeous from Eskenazi. Look at that go. Driven hard by Eskenazi. And it's followed by a boundary, of course it is. Eskenazi's into the 20s, he overtakes Fernandez. Oh, it's tucked nicely. Short boundary. Leg side. Fine glance. 4 runs. No ball called. A single taken. From behind, you could imagine height being in the umpire's mind. He felt less so front on that. Fascinating first day, yeah, 10 wickets, 7 in the afternoon, 2 in the evening, then wrapping it up that first innings of Glamorgan. We'll have a chat, Andrew McKenna and myself, Kevin Hand, about what we saw yesterday. But first of all, let's hear from one of the men who are out there. Dane Patterson spoke to us overnight.
Dane Patterson, thanks so much for joining us at the end of day 1 here against Glamorgan. Dane, first and foremost, exceptionally well bowled. 2 wickets for you on debut.
Thanks, Fletch. Probably could have wanted more, but yeah, I think I'm happy with that. Especially getting some overs under the belt after the flight. So yeah, very happy.
We spoke yesterday when you arrived at Lord's. You'd not long been in the country and you were having a bowl through here. You said you quite fancied the nursery end. That's what got you your 2 wickets this morning. I thought as a unit we were pretty unlucky in the morning session. They went in for, I think, 91 for 1 at lunch. Could well have been more.
Yeah, it could well have been more. I think, like I said earlier on, I think we bowled well the first session. Obviously, 1 wicket, we didn't get frustrated, and like you saw how the game unfolded, 7 wickets in the session before tea. I think it just shows you that we stuck to our plans. Like I said, never got frustrated, and yeah, I think the boys are saying that's how that can happen at Lord's. So I think the longer we stayed into the game, yeah, we got our rewards back then.
It looked to be one of those wickets that offered plenty of assistance for the bowlers if you put it in the right areas. You say we were unlucky, as you say, in the first morning. The afternoon session when 7 wickets fell, we looked to be bang on it. I mean, pretty much as a unit all day, we've looked to be right on the money.
Yeah, we're right on the money. I think that's the old cliche, hunting as a pack. I think we did it today. And yeah, I think weirdly, the wicket was a bit too paced this morning. Some balls went through and some balls kept low. I don't know if that's the norm here in county games, but yeah, like I said, we hunted as a pack. Everybody just kept on, but we bowled in partnerships very nicely. Everybody was on the button when they came on to bowl, and yeah.
I suppose even more satisfying, therefore, that having proved that it's a wicket where if you put it in the right places, there's plenty in it for the bowlers. We then go and hit 63 without loss to knock a good chunk of those runs off. Esky and Fernandez looked superb out there this evening.
Yeah, they looked superb out there. Like I said, they batted in difficult conditions. It became dark, a light swan, overcast conditions. So obviously, as a bowling team, they were looking to strike. But I think the way they were quite calm there, taking their time. And obviously, the bad balls went for boundaries. I think they were batting at a good rate. So if they can keep going on for a session, I'm sure we'll be in a very good spot.
I'm sure you're right. Your first experience here as a home player at Lord's, the famous old ground with its famous old lunches. Yeah. How was your first lunch as a Middlesex player?
I actually stayed away from the pork loin chop and mash. It looked very nice. The only reason why I didn't go for it is because I was bowling after lunch. But yeah, I had some nice chicken meatballs and couscous and some nice soup. Didn't go after the dessert, so hopefully if we're in a good space tomorrow at lunch, I can tuck into it. So yeah.
That sounds like a good plan. Well, I'm not sure what's on the menu, but whatever it is, enjoy it. Mate, well bowled today, exceptional performance and very well done as a team, and good luck tomorrow.
Thanks, Fletch.
Chicken meatballs and couscous.
That's the big takeaway from the interview, isn't it? Chicken meatballs and couscous is the way to take a few in the afternoon session. Avoided the pork loin and the mashed potato. But
I've forgotten everything else that they talked about, to be honest.
No, what was good to hear actually was him saying that actually they went in at lunch and thought they bowled pretty well, and then just went out and repeated it in the afternoon, which is exactly what we said. They didn't do a great deal different between the morning and the afternoon, except take the wickets. So I guess that's the takeaway there. And also, you've now got to turn that around to a batting point of view. Yes, you've got to 63 without loss. Now don't have a collapse that takes this potential solid position away from you. A quarter of the first innings has been knocked off already. Now go out and finish the job.
I see what you did now as well with the chicken meatballs, couscous and the takeaway. Worked twofold. Andrew McKenna, absolute genius. 63 without loss. Eskenazi's on 34. Fernandez is on 26. And Glamorgan will hope they don't make a meal of this morning. They need early wickets. There's a bit of cloud cover, and I'd suggest you have to make the most of it when there is. That, for me, was the biggest difference between the morning yesterday and the afternoon, was the cloud rolled in. It doesn't have to be leaden skies at Lord's for things to happen. Now, it wasn't a day of huge swing, but it did just do enough for a Middlesex attack that regularly found the right spot, particularly after lunch, but I thought they did fine before as well. And encouraging signs, I think, for the season with the ball for Middlesex. They've had a couple of ups and downs, but perhaps a few of the ups, in particular that first innings against Lancashire, probably surprised a little more, but as a unit, they did it all so well. Glamorgan needs to do it well as a unit this morning. They're going to start with Leonard because he's got to finish his 6th over. 2 balls left of it, and Fernandez is on strike. Oh, inside edge. Saves Fernandez. That was right up there. This could have been an interesting start, whether Leonard was giving it the chance through the air, just to see what there was, see if the feet were moving. Big inside edge, saving Fernandez on that one. He's got 3 slips behind him. There's a point cover and a mid-off. A wide-ish mid-on, deep square, protecting the short boundary and a long leg. First runs of the second day, just a single. That no ball down below was from yesterday evening. So that is the end of the 21st over. 64 without loss. The score on your screen will tick along in a few moments. You are watching the live enhanced stream in association with Daffabet. I'm Kevin Hands, alongside me, Andrew McKenna.
Well, what was interesting actually was talking out in the middle earlier to some of the coaches and the analysts, and Ned Leonard was actually the fastest bowler yesterday in terms of average. So be interesting to see if they keep him on rather than just finish the over and then make a change. But yeah, in terms of average, he was the quickest of both sides yesterday.
Which is interesting, isn't it? You think of Patterson, who really skids it through nicely, doesn't he? He's not as tall as the usual Middlesex seam attack. Higgins surprises everybody with his pace. Gets it up into the low to mid 80s. Here's Van der Kooten from the pavilion end. It's a change of end from where he started yesterday. But yeah, there's a reasonable amount of pace in the match with Brooks as well. He's not quite back to his speediest just yet. Roland Jones obviously down a fraction over the years, as you'd expect. Surely the fastest sprint had to belong to Fernando, though. Tickled off the hip, and it's Fernando who's sprinting, and it's Fernando who will be beaten on this occasion.
We saw quite a lot of that yesterday, didn't we? Just drifting onto the hip, working it round the corner. And Fernandez has another boundary to his name, and we mentioned it yesterday. He was playing well off of that hip, just guiding it down and picking up relatively straightforward runs from it.
Lovely. From both. Fernandez just in position, a stroke back up the track. The mark of him at the beginning of last season that just all of a sudden alerted you, okay, they might have found one here, was the time with which he played. Seemed to have all the time in the world, just even in his setup. The poise, the calm. But this should be another test for him this morning. Just dies on the way through.
Nice sighter from a batter's point of view. That one that carries on its line.
Another thing of note yesterday, Eskenazi and Fernandez both into the 30s now. Only 2 Glamorgan batters made it to 20. 3, sorry, made it to 20. In position nicely again. Fernandez not going too hard at it, waiting on the ball, lining it up nicely. I do wonder actually at the moment whether Van der Houten would be better over the wickets, the young left-hander who... The argument over the years of going around the wicket to a left-hander, why not to, is because they can line it up on any given track a little bit better. The reason Van der Houten's doing it here is because he can target the off-stump and hope it just falls down that slope a little. There we go again. Fernandez is nicely in position on it though, but he's lining it up nicely at the moment, so I wonder would they go back around. We shall see. That's 22 overs done of the Middlesex first innings. They are 68 without loss. This is the card yesterday. So of 199, there was 65 at the top. I mean, you look at the top 3 there, really a significant chunk. And look at the single-figure scores there afterwards from 4 down. That 54 of Kellaway, his first-class 50, was really quite remarkable for so many reasons.
Well, you take that out, and all of a sudden, Middlesex are thinking, well, we should be bowling them out 130, 140-ish. And that really would be a very different game. So he did a very good job for his side yesterday. Played well. And got to raise his bat at Lord's for a 50. It will be Ned Leonard to continue. So it wasn't just to finish the over.
Where did you get that from yesterday, about the speed gun?
I had a quiet word with one of the analysts, and because they obviously get all sorts of data. There's no official speed gun, so they can take it from the data and work it out.
Is that the one on the umpire's chest now?
I believe so.
Ah, because they did have the speed guns. The ECB were rolling them out around the country a couple of years ago, so it wasn't every week. But some weeks there'd be a speed gun at a game and it'd appear on the stream, but others not. But yeah, there's all sorts on those cameras now. A Hawkeye.
I mean, I guess the thing is, we've got streams now doing every game. People want to watch it, but they're used to seeing things like speed guns, aren't they, from watching cricket on the TV. So if there is a way of being able to provide that for everyone to include in the broadcast, then it's a tangible statistic that people are used to seeing.
Nice little tuck from Eskenazi. It's a very good stop in there by Eddie Byram. Yeah, Eskenazi, by all accounts, I did see it myself. I thought he got one that kept a fraction low at Canterbury in his 50 in the second innings. He said it was he said with a smile on interview that evening, it was a very good ball. Anyway, I've managed to see the Hawkeye. It was missing leg stump by a very, very long way. So we got a bit of a rough on there. Might have got a slightly even leveller, shall we say, yesterday evening here. It's a nice little push, but just watch. Well, he shakes his hand, actually. It looks like the vibration went up the bat there, doesn't it?
All right down the toe. Yeah.
Ouch. Just jarred the wrist probably, that one, doesn't it? You get the shudder goes up the bat usually from the splice, doesn't it? But that
feels like someone's plugged you into the mains, doesn't it? It's just like, whoa, dear.
.68 without loss. They're replying, yeah, he batted well yesterday, batted well down at Canterbury, and indeed that first innings, both he and Fernandez went relatively cheaply, but they looked in good order. That was the first day when a ball was doing all sorts, and 16 wickets fell, but both of them did seem to be lining it up well that morning, and obviously in as a relatively late call-up for Sam Robson, away on paternity leave. As well as patiently play that one away once more. End of the 23rd, 68 without loss. Nice start, just outside off. We're talking about that line to Fernandez, aren't we, where if he's right arm over the wicket to the left-hander, the slope taking it from leg to off. As a left-hander, you really hope you can line it up reasonably well, and obviously on the lookout for a Jaffa as you are anywhere, on any ground, on any slope or flat surface, but around the wicket, seems to be lining up relatively well at the moment, Fernandez. Just wonder, is this actually, after that first game here he had against Lancashire and Bailey from the pavilion end over the wicket, really troubled in both innings. It's a good leave again. There we go. This is an example of it. So he's angling back in, targeting that stump, that off stump, and because the slope's falling leg to off, he's just hoping to draw Fernandez into one, and it might just straighten off the slope, go down the slope and take the edge. Or Fernandez overcompensates, goes too far across, and if the inside edge is beaten, then if it's hitting in line, it'll be an almighty appeal. Very, very calm young man, Nathan Fernandez, very cool customer. Does things at his pace. That's very good, a very good sign for a young batter, isn't it? Doesn't look fidgety at all, looks at ease. Looks as though he's been out there a long while. Don't start fidgeting now, Nathan. He's just warming up the wrists. He saw Eskenazi get that one jar him in the last over. But yeah, he's got a lot of composure. Also got an awful lot of talent. Obviously, those are just the building blocks, the foundations. You've got to take it on from there. But he's made an impression, certainly, in his young Middlesex career. That's the line, that's the length. We'll just leave it. I hope they can rush him at the moment, but again, not just Fernandez, neither batter appear particularly rushed. I hope day two is the best day to bat. Now there's the line, there's the length, and there is the reaction that Van der Gooten's looking for off the surface. Full length this one. Very full, and still gets past the edge. That's where he wants to leave it. If he can just hang around there, that for all the world is crashing probably middle and off, let alone off stump. So nothing much you can do about that as a left-hander, apart from leave it alone, but that's the idea of coming around the wicket here at Lord's to the left-hander. End of the 24th, 68 without loss.
Didn't do a lot wrong there. In fact, the best thing he did was miss it, really. Sometimes it's your day. Bowler's done well. He's allowed to bowl a good ball. He's still there at the end of the over.
Edged by Eskenazi, but much as we discussed yesterday, Angle bat, soft hands, try and get your head over it, get into position and give yourself every chance. Would it have carried to a fourth? Possibly, yeah. Third dive into his right. Yeah. A staggered fourth would have had a chance, but it might have just dropped short. It was a good idea that his head was over the ball as well, playing it late. Questions being asked.
When the bat comes down at that angle is when the bowler starts to get really interested. You saw Leonard's sort of hand starts to go up a little bit there. Eskenazi got enough of it.
Quick ball check. Ooh. Well, he's testing him. The universal signal with the hand there that the ball's just shaped away.
Oh, well this morning, haven't they? I mean, yes, conditions are nice for bowling seam today, but you've still got to put it there in the right places. So far, so good from a Glamorgan point of view. But Middlesex have been up to the task.
Let's go that little bit straighter. Moving on past Sigil. Throw goes back in for Fernando to the keeper. It looped over the top of Cook, but Slip was backing up.
Suddenly went a bit circus there for a minute, didn't it? People tumbling in all directions.
The wide shot from this end of do. Give little face down. Oh, it's a lovely ball to end the over.
Right, if I have it there, then the ball can't go past the edge. Yeah, just nod and go fair enough. It's a bit Derek Randall, that, wasn't it, when he took his cap off and doffed it to Jeff Thompson?
Almost Shakespearean, wasn't it? Or Sir Lancelot.
I mean, he's actually missed that by quite a long way, hasn't he? That's how good a delivery it was.
I'm going to talk him out now and say Eskenazi's Excalibur, immovable.
Well, this is clearly a Glamorgan plan to Fernandez, isn't it? You know, you were mentioning the fact you could go over the wicket. They're clearly very happy with the way that Van der Houten is running in here. The fact that Fernandez isn't getting away.
Teams watch these streams so much now, though, for their analysis.
I was wondering that. Effectively, we're doing scouting for the opposition in a way, aren't we?
Yeah, I mean, if Fernandez were given the choice right now, I mean, the old school thinking that it has changed because around the wicket to a left-hander was almost a last option in the old days, wasn't it? But now it's a go-to quite early on. The old way of thinking was, as a left-hander, when it's right arm over the wickets, it's like a right-hander facing left-arm bowling. You're kind of looking over your shoulder a bit at it, whereas you get a better view of the ball coming out of the bowler's hand, right arm around the wicket. You're not having to adjust your natural line of view, whereas you are with the bowler right arm over. But equally, the line-up here at Lord's, just, you know, a lot of the time there is a great deal of merit of coming around the wicket. It was just because the youngster did seem to have a little bit of trouble, or a lot of trouble, let's be honest, against Bailey in that first game. You'd have thought they'd been testing him hard with it again this morning. And this is Van der Guten's first look at the pavilion end, isn't it? He had that brief spell before bad light brought an early close last night. Stroked just wide of mid-on. They have a single. End of the 26th, 73, without loss, Middlesex. There you go. Oh, it's blown in a different direction now. Kinda. It's northeasterly.
Certainly when I was out there earlier, it felt like it was coming over the edge rich. So standing as a right-handed batter at this end, from at the nursery end, or in fact, let's actually use Fernandez out there, it will feel like it's coming into his face and then going over his left shoulder down to the tavern. But what it does do, it did block quite a lot of the breeze, the stands do. So at times the flags were really flapping about, but down at ground level you weren't feeling it at that point. So the stands do quite a good job at deflecting it.
Yeah, you're right, actually. When I was down there this morning, exactly that. The wind was coming from what you'd have thought was the west. But funnily, when you look at the... I had a look at the rain radar when I woke up first thing this morning, just to have a look, and it was coming in from the southwest.
Your first instinct when you wake up in the morning is to look at the rain radar. You've worked in cricket too long.
They do say don't reach for the phone as soon as you wake up. We'll do it.
Well, particularly if you're using it as your alarm.
Well, they can tell it to stop now, can't you?
You must have a much newer phone than me, then.
Yeah, I got an update just before the start of the season. First update in about 7 years. It was quite the ergonomical leak. It is actually, isn't it? That's what it is. Just tasted bitter after last week. Or velvety. Lovely from Leonard.
I'm not trying to put a jinx on this, but this feels a little bit like yesterday's morning session when a lot of balls were going past the outside edge. Middlesex will be hoping that lightning is not striking twice after lunch and that a few will go down. But you have to say at the moment that Leonard and Van der Houten are definitely in the right kind of areas.
Nice little tickle to end the over. 75 without loss.
So you might just about be able to make out there is actually blue stuff up there today in the sky. There is some break in the cloud. Not saying it's warm by any stretch of the imagination. If you're planning on coming along later on and join us in the stands, then you still need to rug up pretty well. But it's not as filled in as it was yesterday.
Bit like ourselves, Mac, after those laps of the ground we were telling everybody that we were doing this morning when we were out there.
Quite right. It's a very solid defensive looking shot that from Stevie Eskenazi. There's an element of thou shalt not pass about that.
We've had Excalibur, haven't we, Sir Lancelot? So what was Gandalf's wand called?
Wand?
What was it called? Staff.
That's a staff. Not the great Soprendo.
Good recovery from you. If you weren't listening, you weren't listening. Oh, a little edgy and gone. It is. It's gone. That's a great grab at Gully. Goodness me, I didn't think he had a chance of that. I thought Eskenazi was going to get away with it, but the thick edge carries. It was very square. Gully's almost around to a backward point, really. And that's a great grab by Kellaway. Big reach from Eskenazi after this. Slope perhaps coming into his mind a little. Playing a little bit further away than he needed to, but that is a sensational take. That ball's dying on him very, very quickly. Look at that. Wow. Didn't give him a chance. Brilliant, brilliant catch by Kellaway. Well, Eskenazi disappointed with the shot. The shake of the heads. I look up at the sky, but he's given Middlesex a very, very good start. 50 in the last innings, and back in as an opener, a 39 in this, in tricky conditions as well last night. It's a good start from Eskenazi, but Kellaway with the catch, Van der Houten with the wicket, Middlesex 75 for 1.
That's a great grab. Really, really great grab. Coming forward, low down. That's the kind of thing that can change the course of a morning. That really is. It gets better each time you see it.
He's got no right to take that, has he? I mean, to get that far forward. The amount of times you watch it on watch it on TV like this and you think, oh, could he have reacted a little earlier? It just doesn't happen like that. That's a really brilliant instinctive reaction and catch. Max Holden out at 3. We saw Jack Davies padded up last night. Maybe it was just a case of switching up the mindset up there in the dressing room. It was maybe Max had a headache, who knows? But Jack Davies, you saw him padded up down on the card to come in where he usually would, at number 7, but he was ready to go last night. Max was actually sat on the balcony without any pads on, was he? So whatever it was, I did mean to ask him this morning, but didn't manage to catch him to see. But he's out there now. Century in the last innings here at Lord's. Yes, no. No is the answer eventually. And a great century it was as well, because Middlesex was 7 for 3 and the best part of 100 behind Lancashire at that stage in the match in the second innings. Holden's daddy ton turned the innings, and it turned the game in the sense that the pressure swung to Lancashire. It didn't turn the game in terms of the result. Lancashire holding on for a draw with 2 wickets to spare, but goodness me, that was as good an innings as I can remember seeing Max Holden play.
Well, without that innings, Middlesex don't even have a chance of winning. So the fact that they were 2 wickets short in the end, they wouldn't have had a chance without it.
We were quietly looking at each other and not only wondering what we were doing on the final day, but wondering what we were doing after tea that third morning. But yeah, Holden, masterful from him, and that was the Max Holden that, when he emerged, England under-19 captain and so on, England Lions player, looked set as though he could go all the way. Still might. He's still a young man. He'll be coming into his prime now. Middlesex will be hoping that he'll be coming in some more runs today to set this one up. Good over, though, for Van der Houten. He gets his reward and gets Eskenazi gone for 39. Can we have one more look at the catch? Let's have one more look before Leonard comes in at that dive forward. Again, it's one of those, you almost see the reaction of teammates. It's like, oh, can you get underneath it? Everybody knows you can't, but you'll think, could you have? One of those rare occasions when you pick it up early enough and you're able to get forward and get underneath it. For want of desperately not wanting to use a football analogy, it's like that Paul Gascoigne just missing by a stud against Germany. Everybody thinks, oh, couldn't you have just stretched that leg a little bit more?
And the answer is no, because my legs are as long as they are. If it's Inspector Gadget, then,
It wasn't doing that great stretch of the hip flexor muscle, obviously, yesterday. That was the problem. How did you get on with that stretch overnight, Mac? Feeling a little bit looser this morning?
Yeah, I could probably do 6 or 7 overs.
The lifts were out in the media centre today. So there was well, we'd have been disgruntled as journalists and broadcasters if we could have been, but we didn't have our breath to be anything other than desperate just to stay alive. There we are, up the top. Go back to it if we can. What's this? If Bob's down there. Yeah, the two lift shafts, which basically holds this whole media centre up, they were broken this morning. So up the stairs either side. It felt like about, I don't know how many flights. If it's one story, is that one flight? Because you'd have 2 reversing. Does that count as 2 flights or 1? I think for our story it counts as 2, doesn't it? So it was about 8 flights. Oh, that's got big. Would have been a dolly for a silly point, but not expecting it, Fernandes.
Yeah, probably just worth a little poke and a prod, that one. Genuine sort of chest high delivery.
Oh, he's up over the top of that one. Punching to point. But a dot ball to end the over. A maiden for Leonard. And a ball that unsettled Fernandez as well. 75 for 1.
So you know how sometimes you don't see what's actually right in front of you at times? You see the big Barclays Media Centre blue stripe. Behind either end of those is a walkway. And it links the two upper tiers of the new seating areas. I didn't notice those walkways till yesterday. Sometimes you walk around, you don't actually look up. And it's right there in front of you, but you don't see it. So you can actually go from one side to the other along the walkway.
Or go to show us how many are in the Edgeridge top tier, the Edgeridge, because then we'll say that's what you links to. Get Greg. Greg's. The sweets in where? Yeah, I haven't actually been along that walkway yet. And you're right, it wraps around the back of the media centre and connects the back of the Compton and the Edgeridge stands. And yeah, just a lovely addition to Lord's, which would be nice to go up and have a wander across. Have you got up to the top of the Edgeridge or the Compton yet?
Not yet, no. That will be a job for another morning, I think.
We'll get our steps in there tomorrow morning rather than doing the laps of the ground. That's the top of the Edgeridge. So that walkway is just below. There it goes. Where that Barclays sign is in the background, connects the back. A lovely viewing position again, in line with the track, as you could see there. The camera's on the bridge. It's on the bridge. That's brilliant. Now, on the bridge, does it shake? So basically we need a stabiliser of some description for it. Yeah. Yep. Windshield, yeah. Yep. Van der Houten persisting with this line that he's taken to Fernandez around the wicket. Now, I've no problem with that line at all, and to Holden early in the innings here, clearly he wants every ball on that off stump and every ball bringing all modes of dismissal into play. We talked about it at length in the Lancashire game, didn't we? If you right arm over to a left-hander from the pavilion end, LBW's not taken fully out of the equation, but the chances are severely diminished. Here, all the questions are being asked. There's the Holden shuffle to get him going out of the crease. It's been an advent in the last year, maybe year and a half. I'll have to ask him exactly when it was that he's introduced it. 75 for 1 after 30.
40 minutes play this morning. And the 1 wicket to go down. Tito Fernando's just starting the early part of his loosening up process. So the Sri Lankan seamer will probably be into the attack in 10 minutes or so's time. I have to say, Leonard and Van der Kooten so far have bowled pretty well this morning. You'd have to fight pretty hard to get the ball out their hand.
Now that I've composed myself, did we ever find out the answer of Gandalf's staff?
Does it have a name?
Yes.
You
Yes,
sure?
of course it does. I've just started The Rings of Power. Have you watched that one yet? The prequel series?
No, I have to be honest.
And I don't think any spoiler alerts because they haven't told us yet, but I think we see a young Gandalf, the emergence, and he finds his staff. But you know what these shows are like. Probably isn't Gandalf at all, and it's...
Have you been to Hobbiton in New Zealand?
No. Love to go.
Yes, I've been.
A tour or a family holiday?
It was a Lions rugby tour, 2017. We were driving and went relatively nearby, so said, well, we've got to do the detour. It's quite special, really is. It makes you realise how much of it they actually created and how much of it, therefore, or how little of it was done in studios.
Stop it! Just short. We've seen a few, haven't we? We saw a little bit of it in the Lancashire game, and it was something we talked about for Middlesex in the first final innings of the match. Would they take a significant step forward and drop them because of the numbers that were just falling short? The Lancashire slipfielders in the Middlesex third innings.
It was interesting, just referring back to the interview that Dane Patterson did with us at close of play last night. He said he felt that there were a couple that were a little bit too paced at times. Some were carrying through and some weren't. So that'll have an impact on the slips as well.
Opening flower was Gandalf's staff, and it was crafted by the elves. There you go. long leg down below the Compton. If you have a look, either square on or.
Really has settled into his line and length here. Van der Gooten is so difficult to get away. There's been nothing for free at all. This is what you get with all that experience. He can just settle into where he feels he needs to be, where his captain wants him to be. Was just a discussion about square leg dropping deeper, but they've changed their mind on that one.
Bounce on that from Van der Gooten, which hasn't been the story of the morning so far, really. Can we have a look at one more time, that one front one? Wasn't rushed by it. Holden just doesn't look quite as. It looks a little slower than yesterday, the surface. I mean, that looked like it was a hammer blow, but it shrugged off by Holden. It was the bounce as much as anything that did him. 75 for 1.
Bowling change. Fernando is ready to go. He's just been doing all sorts of stretching exercises down at long leg.
He'd clearly been watching you this morning, Macca. He saw the way you warmed up.
He would need. I'd need a chiropractor after doing the warm-up. He was wrapping himself into all sorts of positions.
Who was doing that stretch yesterday? It was Dane Patterson, wasn't it? I think it was his warm down, indeed, that one.
Now this is a change of end for Fernando. Those 6 overs from yesterday were at the pavilion end. Now he's coming from the nursery over the wicket to the left-handed Fernandez. So if it comes back down the hill, it's threatening the stumps. If it goes straight on, it'll threaten the outside edge, or at least that's the theory.
Nice tickle. 34 from 87 now for Fernandez. 14 balls for Holden. Yeah, to get off the mark, that will not worry him one little bit.
Well, this is a big day for Middlesex, isn't it? You bat big today, and the rest of the game will feel very different. If you get to 260, 270, that's not as big as you really want to take it away from Glamorgan.
Good start. the man replaced at the nursery end. Yeah, I think Middlesex 9 wickets standing, 123 behind. You're not thinking about batting once in the game, but you're certainly thinking about a sizable first innings advantage.
Yeah. If it's not about once, it's a right, we don't want to be batting long for the second time.
Onto the hip, tucked away. I think it's bat, and the umpire confirms. Holden's off the mark with a boundary.
Looks like leg gully is going in. Just had the conversation between captain and bowler. And leg gully is going in. They're just working out where they were taking it from. So there's the leg gully, square leg, and mid on. And there's still the long leg on the boundary.
Scampered single. Oh, Fernandez, middle stump thrown out of the ground. He's home. Be interested to know just how much of a hurry he had on to get home there. Can we see any angle on that?
Nice work from Leonard, wasn't it? As you say, he's just been bowling. Gets down and swoops in.
Middle stump taken out of the ground. He's well home, yeah.
Nice pretty one for the sponsors though. Get those Rothesay stickers on the stumps into shot. See, it's paying out for them already.
Yeah, that leg gully you mentioned came in Macca. The slope, as we so often talk about here, taking it from right to left as you look. So anything onto the hip, like that 4 that got off the mark off the hip for Holden. There was, much as we suspected, Middlesex may have had a ploy with a short ball against Ul Hassan yesterday morning. There was something of a ploy against Holden last year on the leg side. He did get out down there once, and of course one team sees it. Well, there's a leg gully regularly deployed then. A bit of shape through the air of that, but it's nicely played though by Fernandez. Starting to see it big. Just a little bit of late swing there into the pads. Fernandez whipping Fernando away.
Yeah, we spoke about it yesterday, that short boundary down the leg side. It's about 50 metres, which in first-class cricket terms, in any kind of cricket, is pretty short. So if you beat the infield, it is basically going to be a boundary. Well timed by Fernandez. Gets 4 more.
85 for 1 after 33. And just gone 50 minutes on the board, of which Van Gooten's bowled all the way through so far this morning, so we'll be thinking about a change soon enough. Dies away down the slope again. Doesn't feel like it's zipping through though. Doesn't feel like the batters are really pressed for time on these deliveries at the moment.
Think about how to try and explain it. It feels like it's not getting to them quicker than they think. It's the lateral movement rather than the forward and back movement, if that makes sense.
And he's halfway forward there, Holden, but happily playing it with time, it would appear. 33 overs old now, this ball. This was roughly when the ball came to life, wasn't it, for Middlesex? But again, whether that was the ball, conditions, maybe just got their tails up. Got into a purple patch after lunch yesterday. That cloud cover was filling in. It's gone the other way today. It's breaking up what was cloud cover this morning, and a little bit of rain just before the start. See slithers of blue there, but it's surrounding us all around Lords now. There's patches of blue everywhere, which will greatly infuse Middlesex.
Well, we spent a lot of time yesterday evening talking about shadows, didn't we? But they were ones created by the floodlights. There is just the hint of shadows now following the players around and the umpires on the outfield, as it is definitely brightening up. That cloud is getting higher away to the eastern side, which is where the wind is coming from. Over towards the west and Heathrow, it's still pretty thick at the moment, but it's definitely brightening up here at Lords.
Look at that. One shadow out there for the players today. Fortunately, 85 for 1.
So one shadow is good, 4 shadows is bad in cricketing sense.
Speaking of the 4 shadows, did you pick up those 4 candles I asked you for?
After you mentioned Frankie Valli yesterday, I actually went, he's 90 years of age now, Frankie Valli, and still touring. He's still going again this year.
I was picked up on that. It's not the demographic we're going for. One for the kids there, Kev. Frankie Valli. So if I mention Mozart, does that mean I'm appealing to 300-year-olds, dead people?
Yeah. So anyway, what do you make of the new Rizzle Kicks album? I've just picked the name out. I haven't got a clue. If you come back at me with a question, I'm going to look very stupid. Sorry, more stupid.
That's a nice little clip. Down the hill, it's going to be 4 all the way. Fernandez into the 40s. Look at that shape in again. So there's a little bit of swing out there through the air. But there's not much room for error on this surface for the bowlers at the moment. If you are offline at all, the batters seem to be pretty content with the pace of things out there at the moment.
2 fielders in the mid-wicket region. Bashir for the clip off the toes, and then a second fielder a little bit deeper.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense, doesn't it, with that in-swing, that in-dip that Fernando is getting to Fernandez and to Holden. It puts a little bit of doubt in the batter's mind, doesn't it? But yeah, the pace of it at the moment. Bassett should just be thinking, we're going to be here all day. How many times has that ball beaten the bat this morning? Van der Gooten had a little bit of joy against Eskenazi, didn't he? Getting a couple to go back up the hill. It's all the inside of the bat in play at the moment from the nursery end for Fernando, swinging it back into the left-handers. Rizzle kicks, you said. Sounds like something you used to get out into the candy shop. We go into the penny sweets. I'll have 5 of the Rizzle kicks.
I think we're in danger of both showing our age here, so we may have to bail out on this one. We'll just declare this conversation and move on.
Again, it sounds like you're drinking. Yeah, Rizzle kicks. We're getting names of songs from them now. Sound more like something you get from the candy shop for me. That was a song title. Leave it. Let's move on. Hey. Who skips the good bit? I know that one. Do I know skips the good bit? Is that a famous one? Oh, that's a nice one from Fernando. Holds its line up the slope, and it felt like it had a little bit more zip in it as well. Did he just bend his back on that one? First one in a while that a bass has felt rushed out there. Yeah, he's definitely bent his back a little bit more, and I think Holden, to be fair, he's thought about it at first, and then he has just dropped the hands and played inside the line.
Yeah, it's the old Jack Russell, wasn't it, of play miles inside the line, and if you're in the back row of the stand, it looks like he's beaten, but actually he's always in control.
And then right back full onto the pads again, looking for that little bit of shape back in, but Holden equal to it. 35 done, 90 for 1. Rather killed my next line, that good ball, the 5th one. Skip to the good bit, apparently, was one of their songs as well. I'm sure that's like the Glamorgan bowlers are feeling at the moment.
Well, that's probably what the audience are thinking. Get this two off and get back to the cricket.
Ul Hassan replaces Van der Houten at the pavilion end. It's a leg by. Over the wicket, interestingly. To begin, Ul Hassan to the left-handers.
The wagon wheel of Fernandez's innings is going to be very interesting because the vast majority of his runs will be down to fine leg. It feels like, anyway. I may be proved completely wrong.
There's that leg side line again. Holden trying to help it on its way. Do they consider the leg gully once more? Are we going to get the wagon order? Watchfully done again. As if by magic.
And thankfully my eyes aren't deceiving me. There is a big chunk of those runs behind square on the leg side.
Oh, now. I thought he was going to chip that for a moment. There's a little bit of noise in the field. Solid start from Ul Hassan. It's going to be a crucial spell, this. What they'll desperately want to do, Glamorgan, is keep control of that run rate down at 2.5. If you're not taking wickets, if you're not constantly challenging, then keeping control has to be the go-to. 91 for 1. Thinking this morning, actually, do you know what would be nice? We get a lot of the crowd and we go to alcohol, but can we get like books through just other things to talk about? But the alcohol's good. I'm not suggesting not to, but I'm saying on top of, can we get someone deep in a book? Yeah. 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 Slightly down today on yesterday, I'm going to say. Well, yeah, exactly, yeah. Like I say, the weekends are weird, and just people have got things to do at the weekend. Gives a wide shot of the... Little down on yesterday. Just looking in behind the glass. It is a little down temperature-wise as well, despite that blue sky coming through. The wind chills out there today. So whether the long room, the bottom tier of the pavilion there, the Middlesex room, the bottom tier of the Allen stand, which is left of the screen as you look at the pavilion. Bowler's bars shut. They should do it on day 2 or something. It was the same with Lancashire. It was packed on day 1, wasn't it? Shut on day 2. Because then day 3 against Lancashire were packed again. Just remember day 2 thinking maybe it should. Rushed by one a little earlier, didn't he? Fernandez on the back foot.
If it's going to keep dropping in the odd short one, I wonder if you would consider the silly point. It's interesting because they've got the 2 catching mid-wickets, but actually in terms of clipped in the air, there's nothing really gone that direction. So at the moment they're playing a theory rather than what's actually happening.
Well, yeah, what bounce we've seen today, and we have seen some extra lift, haven't we? But we haven't seen it lift at pace. We haven't seen too much of any serious pace off the surface at all today, actually. So often talk about potentially day 2 is the best day to bat, potentially day 2 the track quickens up a little bit because it's had sun on it day 1. There wasn't much sun yesterday though. Did see the heavy roller out there this morning. Leg side just swings away. Good take by the keeper, Cook. Maiden over for Fernando. His first maiden, none for 30 from 9. And Middlesex 91 for 1, replying to Glamorgan's 199. Sun breaks through again, and it is really starting to break up that cloud cover up above us now. And Middlesex will be delighted with that. Sun out, heads down, bat long. That'll be the plan for the hosts here on the second day Again, that's why I feel this is a crucial spell now for Hassan in particular to keep control of the scoring rate. None for 13 off 4. Very good start from him. Oh, sight screen on the move. Well placed field at the moment. Middlesex just tickling here, there and everywhere, but hitting a fielder.
As you were saying, this 50 minutes through till lunch feels like it's really significant now. If Middlesex go into the break 1 down, I'll probably put another 40, 50 on, depending on how the bowling is. They'll be moving in that right direction.
Oh, now that's gone past the inside edge. This will be interesting. What do you got, Dan? What did Holden see that he went after there? Too much movement on it.
He ended up playing quite a long way outside it there, didn't he?
There we go. That was what he was looking for, the ball before. Stroked away, and goodness me, across the carpet it goes. There's nothing more than a gentle offering of the bat, that one from Holden. Glorious timing.
Really good. Finds the gap, and it's always going to run away. These bats are so good, aren't they? Just a push. That lush surface does the rest.
That's a good stop, isn't it, down the leg side? There you go. It's fully out now. Shadows everywhere. Unfortunately, just one from each player and umpire, though. Floodlights are up, as you could probably see there. It was cloudy this morning. Hover cover was on very nearly to the start of play. When we first said good morning on the broadcast, that had just come off and the heavy roller had gone out there. All the talk down at Canterbury, the heavy roller. The feeling was that that pitch was going to flatten out and the heavy roller helped that. And a wonderful run chase by Kent. Centuries for Mee and for Compton, seeing it home to the home side at Canterbury.
Oh, British and Irish Lions hat on. Wonder if he's heading out to Australia in a few weeks' time. Squad for that tour will be named not a million miles away from here. For the first time, they're actually doing it in front of a live audience at the O2. Supporters can buy tickets and go along and watch that. Great thing about that is the only player who knows that they're in the squad is the captain, because he's going to be in the room. Everyone else literally finds out live as it's named. There's some wonderful stories of players who've actually missed their own name being read out and thought they'd not been picked.
Nicely timed by Fernandez. It won't go all the way. It is a big boundary. Up the hill, the chase for North East. 3 runs moves Fernandez to 46, 98 for 1. Where did you end up last night? Which of the circuses? That's a dabble. Is it an edge? Well, Holden doesn't think it's carried. Fernando walked through to appeal, well, to celebrate, and Glamorgan settled down. They don't think it's carried either. I thought at first, I thought I saw an edge, and then I thought Fernando didn't, but he was just confident the edge was taken. Sadly for Glamorgan, the catch was not. Big edge. Yeah, bumps well short.
Square leg umpire Neil Pratt never moved a muscle to have a conversation with Ben Peveril, the standing umpire, so he was pretty happy straight away that it hadn't carried. But that's interesting because it's a genuine edge, but it was a defensive edge rather than an attacking shot edge, but lands short of the keeper. Kind of reflects what you were saying earlier, maybe just a little bit slower this pitch.
Around the wicket, and that's a nice little tickle. Mentioned those two mid-wickets in play, just getting it fine of them. May have to adjust the line slightly. Adjust the positions of those fielders. Actually, it's, a pair of them have just gone a little bit straighter now, haven't they, for the chip? The second, I think the first, then the straighter of the two is as he was, Bashir. The second has just come around a little bit more, tucking in closer to Bashir.
Could stop that. That was swinging away down the leg side. The right arm round. Fernandez will feel like he's missed out on one there. If he gets a nice glance on that, he's raising his bat for a half century.
Bit of shape on that again. Through it goes. That could and should be the 50. It is. Lovely shot by Fernandez. Lovely way to bring it up. That's a well tightly knit field in there. It brings up the 100 as well for Middlesex. 103 for one. But Fernandez, 102 deliveries and a fine 50 from the Middlesex opener. He's put his side into a very good position here, and he's settled himself into the season with the first half century.
Well, that's almost the perfect way to do it. Bring up your half century with probably your best shot of your innings. He's threaded the eye of the needle between those two fielders, Bashir at short, mid-wicket and the mid-on. And it goes away. Really well played. Thoroughly deserves that applause as well. 50 for Hernandez, 103 for Middlesex. Middlesex have gone past halfway to the Glamorgan score.
Full face of the bat from Holden. We saw that lovely ushering of the ball through the covers. That was a shove back up the track. Just saw Bashir receiving the ball there in at cover. Warming up for Macca.
Certainly starting to loosen his shoulders and just bowls it to mid-off there. Loops it down. Yep. He's going through his loosening up. You would assume to come on from the pavilion end so that he's turning it down the slope. On that loan spell from Somerset to Glamorgan. To try and get him some regular cricket. International summer not a million miles away.
Here comes the keeper. Holden with that distinctive shuffle out of the crease that we are now so accustomed to seeing. So he'll be starting very deep in his crease because he'll still want that back and front foot stepping forward. There we go. Nearly on the stumps, but he'll be stepping very close to the line with that back foot. There he goes. There goes the ball. Fine for Fernando to chase. They'll get just the single. To the first of the mid wickets. Watchfully again though by Fernando. He'll have his eye on lunch in the sense that he'll have his eye on a century today. He'll be thinking about this afternoon. He won't be thinking about going anywhere too quickly this morning. You won't want to get bogged down. They'll like to get that run rate up and over 3 Middlesex. Glamorgan will be desperately trying to hug it down at 2.5, 2.5 and over. It's just climbed from 2.4 to 2.6. Fernandez will be very keen to keep Ul Hassan and Glamorgan at bay. 104 for 1.
Yeah, just under 40 minutes or so to the lunch break. They'll be pretty happy, won't they, with the morning so far?
Around the wicket once again now. Ball just coming back in. He's going to try for that little chip. Right arm around to the left-hander with the slope. Coming into the pads of the left-hander. Will he chip it to one of the 2 mid-wickets? Will his head fall too much across to the offside? That's the ploy.
Isn't deploy in next? Sorry.
I reckon that pun buys me the next 5 before lunch. Yeah, you mentioned Middlesex will really want to try and take control of the game today, and talk about day 3 being moving day so often, as they call it in golf, but Middlesex will hope that's today, that they put a real grip on this game. 104 for 1 marks a very good start in reply to 199, but of course 91 for 1, Glamorgan. collapse set in after lunch. 7 wickets tumbling in the afternoon session. Well, there's that line round the wicket. It's the length, I think, that we'll look for first here. Holden leaving on length. Yeah, it's come a long way back. Might not accumulate the stumps, actually. The bounce we've seen a few times die on the way through to the keeper, and that one almost, not tennis ball, but didn't get up perhaps as much. And that does happen with the slope. We talk about that all the time as well, don't we? If the ball does move with the slope, it generally keeps a fraction lower once it has gone off the surface. That move through the air, hooping into the left-hander, but watchfully played by Holden.
He's not quite got the length right yet for the two fielders for the clip off the toes. He's either been too short or too full there. You just want that little bit back from where that last one was, so that the weight's going forward and then you're looking to close the face and clip it. At the moment, they've largely been redundant. I like the plan, but the execution's not been quite right from them. Holden's looking comfortable.
And comfortably in behind that one to end the over. 11 for Holden, 50 for Fernandez. 50 up in terms of balls faced for Max Holden. How big can he go today for Middlesex? They'll be hoping that somebody up at the top takes it on. 39 from Eskenazi, 50 now for Fernandez, so he's the man that's in and well set. 104 deliveries faced. Can he go to 3 figures in terms of his individual tally? Easter eggs. To hurt the gloves. I thought it was the bottom of the bat at first. But no, it's just popped out of the fingertips. Ouch.
There's still a little bit of shape though, that's what that shows us. Halfway through the 42nd over of this inning, so there should be quite a good difference between both sides of the ball, where the fielders and the bowlers worked on it, and it's still hard enough to be swinging around.
Oh, that's edged. Kept within his crease with the keeper standing up. Felt a little flat-footed, that from Fernandez. Rare full stroke for him so far today. Position wasn't quite right, was it?
First real big booming drive he's tried to play.
nice leave from the youngster. We talked about composure, didn't we, playing with time as he so usually does. He was certainly reaching, stretching for that one on the drive, but happily lifting the bat to end the over. 108 for one. There's Bashir. Be into the attack soon. Where he fancy for the pavilion end down at the nursery.
I think it's going to have to be, because I think Ned Lennon might be coming back this end. So we'll keep an eye on Bashir. We've got some disco music. It's going to look like a 1980s fitness course.
Ned Lennon.
Getting physical. Olivia Newson-John.
Was indeed. I could see you in green leggings and ankle warmers, or whatever they were called.
I told you I don't take requests, Macca.
It's going to be really interesting when Bashir does come on. We mentioned it yesterday. A high quality spinner in either side. You know, it's a team game, but actually you can break it down into little bits. Can our spinner out bowl your spinner? Gully's going back in for Fernandez. They've done away with one of the catching mid-wickets. Got him on a deep square leg on the boundary.
Toe into the bat, so it could just be a single. It was a flourish that from Fernandez, but not timed. His eyes lit up at the length of that one.
Just slightly too full to be the glorious drive ball, wasn't it?
In some ways, I think that saved him as well. It was so full that it was in the block hole. Everything was trapping down together. You're unlikely to edge one like that through. There's not the room there for it to edge through to the slips. It felt like an eyes light up delivery for the batter. His feet didn't really go, but he gave it the flourish with the bat. No ball. Extras count climbs to 6. Middlesex were pretty good in the extras. Top of my head it was 3, 1 leg by and a no ball. Or 2 no balls, so 5 extras in the end across the innings. No, it was 3, so 1 no ball and 1 leg by. You were right first time, Macca. It's 2 no balls.
No, it was 1 delivered no ball that counts 2 runs.
We'll get there in the end.
So 4 deliveries, 3 leg byes, and the 1 no ball. So 4 making 5. Only in cricket does 4 make 5.
$113 for 1. See, now they're looking up the extras. I can't work it out either. There's profiles. Cricketers' profiles, of course. No dating apps while on duty.
Did actually disturb one of the staff earlier when they were sitting on the roller while having breakfast. I was like, I do apologise, but can I just talk to you about the boundary sizes?
Never mind that. What was the breakfast?
A bowl of porridge, I think, was going on.
Ground staff, bowl of porridge. Just waiting for a moment to see if there was a bail dislodged behind. I thought it popped out of the hands of the keeper, but I was wondering whether it had just dislodged a bail on the way, which is why the keeper didn't take it cleanly. No, it was miles away. But ouch again for Cook.
That's a proper stinger.
He's getting his fingers burnt behind the stumps. Holden, of course, modelled himself on a chef, not a cook. Was a cook. Mr. Cook, nicknamed chef. Since standing up, this Middlesex pair have certainly had something to think about now, and there's a couple of drives that just look as though they're not quite in the position they'd like to be to play the drive, and that's because of the keeper standing up. They're just being kept a little bit deeper in their crease.
And all of a sudden it feels that there's more pressure coming on, and Glamorgan are going to put the third slip back in. Middlesex have got to see out this period of pressure.
Fuller and straighter in a eased single, although he had to be sharp about it, not out's the call. As the stumps were demolished by Cook.
That was starting to boom in at one point. Quite a lot of shape on that one.
End of the 44th, 1:14 for 1. 20 minutes to lunch on the second day. Just the one wicket down so far this morning. Stephen Eskenazi, who walked out there with Fernandez early on. Holden on the left replacing Eskenazi, who was out caught to a brilliant catch. That backward point by Kellaway diving forward. In the shade, needing the puffer jackets. Hood up as well. It's that wind that's really bringing the temperature down, although as you look out at the field it looks glorious, but yeah, the wind chilled. Pretty cold coming in from the northeast.
It's always worth reminding you, looking at these pictures, It looks glorious and sunny, and you can see the shadows, but there is still that very strong breeze blowing. And it's taken a good 2 or 3 degrees off of the temperature. So you have to pick your seat well on the ground.
Oh, now fishes at that one, Holden. Leonard's just using that slope to draw Holden in, but the ball holds its line. Just watch where it pitches in terms of Holden's setup. Yeah, really need to be going after that one, neither the length there for the drive nor the line to test the off stump. Yep. The length probably was there for the drive on that one. But time of day, again, we talk about the 10 minutes before lunch, don't we, where the batters will at that point start to think, yep, need to get back up there now, not lose a wicket. But again, this is a point, I'd say 20 minutes out now, where you are, if you're holding 63 balls faced, you're not going to go far in this 20 minutes now. You've set yourself up. Started straighter to force the batter to play, jab the bat down, and that looked as though it was going to go back up the slope. Might have been my eyes deceiving me, but looked as though there was a little bit of shape about that. Slightly off the surface, slightly. Maiden over. Middlesex 114 for 1.
Bowled pretty well this morning, Leonard. He was the quickest of the bowlers yesterday, and he's working up a decent pace today. And so far has nothing in the all-important column on the scoreboard, and that's the way that Middlesex will want it to stay. There is going to be a bowling change at the pavilion end, but it's not Shoaib Bashir. They're going to stay with Seam.
Reminder, the luncheon interval today coming up at
Back.
1 o'clock. 1 o'clock for today's luncheon interval. And a change of bowling at pavilion end, Tim van de Goot.
What are we making of that? Second stab for Van de Goot from the pavilion end this morning. So started at the nursery yesterday, up to the pavilion yesterday evening for his second spell, which was cut short by bad light, so back up there this morning and once more now, but no Bashir once again.
Well, unless we're going T20 spells here, you have to assume Bashir won't bowl before lunch, because they've only just brought Leonard back. And this is Van der Houten coming back, so it would appear Shoaib Bashir might have to wait a little bit longer.
Slips away down the slope. He didn't feel rushed this morning. Middlesex batters didn't feel like there was too much movement either It's probably through the air actually, that one, rather than off the surface. Just a little bit of shape adjusting the line, but reasonable carry as well. Get it on that line and then get the shape through the air or off the surface, whatever it is. That's why they're just looking for that line to change, that deviation. Shine that ball with a bit of sweat from the forehead. So interesting how all of the grounds have their little differences across the UK and indeed across the world. But this is so much a ground where if you're looking for movement through the air, look up, not down. And it's glorious up above for Middlesex, losing just that one wicket. And as far as passages of play go, and I know a lot of Middlesex followers right now will throw something at the screen. This is the least that we've seen the ball go past the bat in the 3 sessions of the match prior to this, the 4th session now. The ball hasn't beaten the bat often.
I'm going to make absolutely no reference to that because I don't want to jinx it.
Well, that includes the start of this innings yesterday evening, doesn't it? And they had what looked like a very tricky spell out there, and it was. Yeah, made a really good fist of it. Fernandez and Eskenazi. Shape on that again, but starting wide. And a comfortable leave, 114 for 1, just under 15 minutes until lunch at Lord's on day 2, the live enhanced stream from Middlesex in association with Daffabet. Andrew McKenna alongside myself, Kevin Hand on the mic, bringing you this one. And at the moment, bringing you a pretty good day for Middlesex. Pretty good day for cricket watching. Switches down to the nursery end, so I think you just spotted the lunchtime rush.
I think the bell has just been called that food is being served in the pavilion because about 20 people just got up and charged for the door. I wonder what it is in the pavilion today.
First really aggressive response from Middlesex batters at a short ball this morning. Can't really remember any of them going hard at anything that's been banged in. Got right over the top of it though, didn't he, Fernandez? Stroked back.
What is interesting though is the change of mentality from Fernandez, because he did have a couple early on. One was sort of fended off to roughly where a theoretical silly point would have been. Interesting that he now feels comfortable enough to take on the shorter ball if Leonard bowls it again. Leonard goes back around the stumps to Fernandez. Leg gully is in place for the flick off the hip.
Oh, now just drawn into that, a little naughty. Nathan Fernandez just before lunch. 10 minutes to lunch on the second day, and again this is the moment where the mindset starts to switch. It's as much yourself getting through to the interval, but again it's also about not exposing your mate before lunch. But for Lias Deploy, for Middlesex, is the big gun. They want to keep him well protected into the afternoon now, rather than exposed for a little tricky spell before the interval. If Glamorgan did pick up one now, then they'd very much be thinking, can they make it a 3-wicket morning, which would be quite extraordinary given the nature and the pace of this morning. Middlesex have been happily rumbling around at 2.5 and over. But they've been relatively in control of matters.
Just looking around the other games in Division 2 at the moment. Lancashire-Leicestershire lost a lot of time yesterday up at Old Trafford. Lancashire 138 for 4 in their first innings. Kent 41 for 1, replying to Gloucestershire's 472 down at Canterbury. And at Derbyshire 284 for 9, still in the first innings of that match. Really is a glorious day now, isn't it? It's hard to believe where we were 90 minutes or so ago.
And this is why I think Middlesex so knuckled down this morning. They can see what's there before them. The long haul is on their mind. Into the 48th. Just over 5 minutes to lunch. They should squeeze in 2 more. 1:15 for 1. Is that lunch coming out of the bag down the bottom of the screen? What's it going to be?
Joe bowling at the nursery end, Shad Bashir.
Well, it is going to be Bashir before lunch from the nursery end. So trying to turn it up the hill to the left-handers to be at the outside edge. Generally speaking, bowls a pretty straight line, this show Bashir. Tries to keep it within the stumps. A little loop on that one.
Landed them nicely, hasn't he, the first couple?
Got huge hands, you know, if you ever meet him. Which obviously helps as a spinner to be able to wrap those fingers around the ball and get those revolutions on it.
We framed up on John Embry yesterday, didn't we, in the box next door? Ollie Rayner was another one at Middlesex, 6'5", Ollie Rayner. Bucket hands at second slip, took some of the best catches at second slip. Wristily done by Fernandez. And to ensure he's over the top of it.
Venture to suggest Fernandez wouldn't have played that shot 20 balls into his innings, but as he's 129 balls in now, he might have felt more comfortable whipping that one off round about the top of the middle.
And that one drifts down the leg side. There is the leg slip in place. Almost a slight surprise that they've left it so late to throw Bashir the ball. Again, a frontline spinner. We'll just be getting the feel of the track itself in this over. And there you go. Final ball of the over. He finds the edge. Best ball of the over as well. And we dearly love one more before lunch. He won't get it because time is up. We'll get one more from the pavilion end, but something in the mind of the batters for after lunch. Something in the mind for the match as well, because Middlesex do have Zafar Gohar, which is a huge signing for them this winter. But it will be Bashir, or could be Bashir, that is bowling last on this pitch. 118 for 1.
Well, absolutely. We keep talking about the sun, and of course if the sun's out all afternoon and Middlesex are batting, then that's great news. It means the playing surface is going to dry out, get a little bit more dusty, so maybe by tomorrow Zafar Gohar gets to try and take advantage of it, but yeah, with the potential of Bashir bowling in the final innings, we said it earlier, Middlesex wouldn't want to chase too many.
This will be the final over before lunch. A reminder, we're not making up overs from day one because stumps were drawn, albeit with overs lost, but after the scheduled close.
I'm amazed no one's done the laws of cricket as a mastermind subject, you know, because there's so many little intricate regulations and paragraphs and whatever. You know, everyone knows you have to bowl your overs in a day, but no, not if it's past the close of play.
So I've pushed a point. Nicely by Fernandez over the top of it. There was one man for the job at Middlesex if you were ever to... I mean, every county has one, don't they? But there's one man at Middlesex if you were to do a cricket mastermind. David Kendix, the board at Middlesex. Any sign of Mr. Kendix in there today? Oh yeah, there he is at the back on his phone. He's just been told they're talking about you, Kendo. Now he realises he's on screen. He's got a wave. Three close catches at mid-wicket now. Two slips. Second a little staggered. That tells you something about the pace of the pitch now, doesn't it? And that's edged and gone at the wide second slip. Well, three put in front of Fernandez on the onside. And then he pushes hard at one just outside off. Brilliant innings from Fernandez. Last night it was incredibly tricky. He's gone to 50 this morning, but he has to go back to the pavilion at lunch today. Oh, let's have a look at that line. It's just nipped down the slope, hasn't it? Just first one really. It's done a little bit. I mean, it's much the angle, the line, the length, the persistence. Was he thinking slightly about those on the onside and wasn't wanting to get too far across? That they just put something into his mind. He looks back at the pitch. It didn't do a great deal. It was a slight amount of movement with the slope if it did anything at all, but not much. It was a good innings. It's a fine catch by Carlson, and it's a big wicket for Van der Hoeden and Glamorgan. Off they go. That's lunch on day 2 here at Lord's. A very, very good session for Middlesex. It started with a wicket though for Glamorgan and crucially has ended with one as well. That will lift them in the interval. Two is back on the live enhanced stream from Middlesex in association with Daffodbet in just under 40 minutes, where Middlesex will pick up matters on 118 for 2. Or charge them and deposit them into the grandstand. He hasn't, he hasn't, he has! What a catch! Edged and gone first ball, second slip takes the catch.
Unbelievable.
Has he got him? He has. Oh, wow. Now, that is some pickup shot. Goes again. Off the bat again, that sounded big, and it was just as big. It's 50 for Eskenazi. He hasn't. He has. What a catch.
Oh, look at that. Have that.
Unbelievable.
Action. All the fun and all the games, they all start here with All Stars Cricket. All new experiences for everyone. All over the country. Every session is all out action all the time. All welcome, all invited. Even mums and dads. Skills, friendships, smiles, dreams. It all happens here.
All you need is delivered right to your door. Best of all, it even has your name on it.
All the activators are fully trained. And all they want is for us to have a great time.
Always.
That ball.
Catch. Throw. Try it all.
It's time to go all in, all together.
And it all starts with All Stars.
All you need to get started is at allstarscricket.co.uk.
Power your play this holiday at Dynamo's Cricket.
Well, good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back to Lord's, the live enhanced stream from Middlesex in association with Daffabet. I'm Kevin Hand, Andrew McKenna alongside me. And Middlesex taking on Glamorgan here in NW8 and in a very good position, the home side as well. They're 118 for 2 at lunch, but they did lose Nathan Fernandez for 58 just before the interval, caught Carlson. Second slip of the bowling. Van der Houten, 2 for 23 for him, so he's got both to go with 15.5 overs under his belt, which means he's got one more to deliver in this spell, at least, just after lunch, and it's going to be Elias Deploy, the man you just saw in shot. Taking guard and preparing to go. He's Middlesex's big name with the bats at the moment, well, at least until Kane Williamson arrives anyway, but fine season last year, arriving from Derbyshire. He's been well protected by the top order. He's got a job to do here. 3 slips go down behind the left-hander. The keeper's up. And Van der Houten's in to get play going after lunch on day 2. So a wicket maiden for Van der Houten. His, goodness me, 9th maiden in 16. And he's got 2 for 23. That's I'm looking to my left. Unfortunately, I think you're as speechless as I am, Andrew, because that does not look correct.
Well, it means the others have gone a bit quicker, haven't they? Yeah, 9 maidens in that. Wow. We said they were bowling good tight lines, and indeed they have. Right, so we've completed the over, and Shoaib Bashir is going to continue from our end. Got one to turn and bounce before the break.
He did. He took the edge, didn't he, of Fernandez. Holden tickles him for a single to get the scoreboard ticking after lunch. 119 for 2. Yeah, Fernandez got a couple down to the vacant deep third. Moving him along in the penultimate over, but then falling in what was the final over then of the morning session. Oh. Welcome to the crease, Elias Deploy. The gift. Hey, Ray. One-handed catch. The snapper behind the advertising boards there. One-handed as well, look at this. Nice shot as well, Elias, as well as Ray's one-handed stop. That's close. If there's no bat involved, he's right arm around to the left-hander with the slope against him. He's got to turn it a lot to keep leg stump in play there. Single to end the over. 124 for 2 now. The scoreboard will catch up in a moment. See, the deflection was off the back leg, I reckon, rather than the inside leg. Rather than the inside edge, sorry. Maybe my eyes were deceiving me. I thought that beat the inside edge, hit the back leg and deflected around, but maybe it was the inside edge.
To be honest, I was more concerned Bashir was going to injure himself with the celebration. He went fully into it.
Single to end the over. So there's definitely 2 deflections. So is it the inside edge? Yeah. Oh, no, that's the wrong ball. That was the inside edge for sure. That was Holden, last ball of the over. I probably could have noticed it wasn't Elias Deploy on strike. All right, Elias Deploy. Is it inside edge? Yes, I think it is. Can't really have deflected from the back pad onto the front pad there. bounce.
Now, is that because he bent his back, or there's a little bit of life at the moment? But either way, it's going to get your attention as a batter. Wiping it on his face.
No more saliva allowed anymore, is there? I guess that's maximising the amount of sweat you can get from your forehead rather than wiping it off your forehead and then onto the ball.
Did I see recently the IPL have gone back that you can use saliva again? I thought I read that. I might have that wrong. I apologise if I have.
Pat, yes or no? We'll soon find out because they're coming through for the single. Yes, inside edge.
Balloon up.
Nice strokes there, up tall to it. Let's deploy. Can I pop at the back?
Nice afternoon to be out in the sunshine. Watch Middlesex bat.
They'll hope to bat for a very, very long time, won't they? Form, certainly with Holden. 50 in the first innings against Lancashire and century in the second.
Well, Glamorgan will be hoping Bashir is in for a long spell, if for no other reason that they're currently 4 overs down on the rate. Bashir can certainly help address that.
Inside edge. Stroke as far as extra cover. Oh, now was just about to say the other rate to think of is the run rates. And look at that go all the way. I hope there was no post-lunch snoozing in the lower tier of the mound, because that was clattered.
I don't think that was premeditated either. I think he just saw it go a little bit up out of the hand. And there she goes.
And the full face to finish. 53 bowled, 132 for 2. Middlesex's gun player of spin, Max Holden. He was dropped down from his T20 opening slot. There it is, look, bobbling around, about 7 or 8 rows back. He's dropped down from opener. It's a great surprise in the T20 side, where he had a very successful opening partnership with Eskenazi. But the theory being was that he's such a good player of spin, better in the middle order. Chips on a Saturday afternoon.
Well, you've got to vary the diet from chocolate, haven't you?
It's like the arc, isn't it? They're going in 2 by 2. Hungry work watching cricket.
And de Hooton is going around the wicket, so just waiting for the screens at the pavilion end to be moved across and then joined up. They are, so we can continue. Father Time couldn't work out. I wasn't quite sure which way the wind was blowing from there. Which just gives you an idea of how blustery it is. Last 15 minutes or so, it's gone a little bit across the ground. So there's the pennant on the grandstand.
Was I being harsh on Dan for saying, what do you mean it's moving? Of course it's moving, it's a windometer. 54 done. 132 for 2. Second new ball, all of 26 overs away, and that man will hope to be out there. Batting long with Holden, who's in for 85 balls now, so he's got himself a good start in that sense. To play similarly, he'll be thinking about setting up for all afternoon long. Middlesex trailing by 67 runs, 8 wickets standing. They'll certainly be hoping to avoid an afternoon as Glamorgan had on the first day when they lost 7 wickets between lunch and tea. Nice start from Bashir. Thumped, pumped for 6. Penultimate ball of his previous over by Holden. And he's gone again now. Has he got all of that? It felt as though it was a little bit more of an ushering over the infield. And 4 runs it is, down to long on.
This feels like Holden metaphorically puffing his chest out here and said, I am going to be taking you down. You might be an England international spinner. Now, mid-on has dropped back a bit, but is only 2/3 of the way at the most. Actually, before the game I was looking at Shoaib Bashir's numbers. 68 wickets in first-class cricket, so obviously that includes test matches as well. Those 68 wickets at 51. He's taken 3 bags of 5 with a best of 5 for 41, and that 5 for 41 came in a test match. Inside half of the bat. .138 for 2 after 55.
That's nicely timed. About to deploy, just hits the ball so hard, even with a soft little turn like that. Picks up a couple. I mean, that would have been close to a boundary on most grounds, and indeed certainly on the shorter boundary today.
Yeah, it's got to be another 50%, you would say, on the boundary compared to the leg side, so that would put it in the 75, 80 metre region. Up the hill as well, as you say.
Gentle running on that one. Taking a couple. side. Momentarily, the foot was up.
Would be a phenomenal stumping there. All your weight going away from the stumps to take it cleanly and then bring it back. Just to take it cleanly is something to be pretty proud of, to be honest with you.
Thumps off the inside edge, through the legs, single taken.
Fernando just starting to loosen up, which we're only 20 minutes after the break is interesting, because obviously Van der Houten is still pretty early in this spell. Is it a reflection that Glamorgan are a little bit concerned about what Max Holden is doing to Shoaib Bashir? If it is the latter of those two things, it's an interesting one, because Bashir, you know, he's only had a couple of overs since the break. He's going to need some time to get himself loose, get it coming out the way he wants. But from a Middlesex point of view, if they can get Bashir out of the attack, then that is going to very much change how things go. Well, Middlesex don't take on Bashir in that over. Peverill was just having a look at the follow-through of Bashir, though, at the end of that over. Certainly didn't feed anything back to the bowler, as if to say, look, by the way, you are getting a little bit close here. Well, it is Fernando hooked them.
And I doubt they'll change Bashir's end because of the slope and the short boundary, even though he'll be turning it with the slope. Loosener. The loosener.
And another pretty horrible one for Cook to take behind the stumps. Second bounce, going away to his left down the slope. Just going back to the Bashir point for a moment though. Holden with those couple of boundaries, the 4 and the 6. Just wonder if that run rate number on your screen was maybe partly in his mind as well. You know, we're at 57 overs now, so halfway through the allocation for your batting points. Just try and move it along a little bit maybe as well.
I won't say it. But I think he's loose now.
Happiest man in the ground at the moment, I'm sure, is Dane Patterson. After revealing in the interview at close of play last night, he didn't go for the big Lord's lunch yesterday, but he was hoping that the batters would tuck themselves into the bowling this morning so that he could have a proper dip at lunch today. So 2 down. I imagine Dane is currently sitting somewhere in the back of the Middlesex dressing room, hopefully in a food coma.
Just out there to deploy. 4 of the 5 in this over have been hung up outside the off stump, and he's thought one of them will be cherry picked by deploy if he keeps leaving it out there. Can't get it right. Any food comas in there? Producer Dan is going for the flat cap as a sleeper. I'm saying he's studiously paying attention to the action. A dab and a dot ball to end the over, 144 for 2.
He's got an exact seat in mind, hasn't he? Dad, what about these 20 we just walked past? Have we got the Benny Hill music?
To me, to you. This way, not that way. That way, not this way. was that? Was that Tweedledum and Tweedledee? Alice in Wonderland, this way, not that way, not this way.
I'm going to have to bow to your knowledge on that one.
Edged and through it goes. A little bit of turn, a fair bit of bounce. 4 runs for Holden. Between the keeper and slip. Yeah, turn and bounce. It's gone under the keeper's gloves. Quick to it. Cook. I mean, the reason I ask that, no criticism of Cook, but the sight line for slip is really difficult then if it does. Cook's done his best to take the grab himself, misses it.
It's also gone really quite fine, so slip has had to go a decent amount away to his right. Maxwell has almost got that one perfectly, but he probably doesn't want to repeat that too often.
Could be a big moment, that. Slipping down around the wicket against the slope.
Speaking of slipping down, the second time that Bashir's appealed and the second time he's fallen over.
Yeah, right arm around to a left-hander. Generally, you've got to do a lot to turn it and straighten it against the slope as well with that turn. Really be ragging that ball to convince the umpire that that's going to turn and take leg. 148 for 2, big moment. Holden's still there on 34. How much will they come to rue that? It was a daddy ton last up, and it was a chanceless century as well, that one for Holden. It was a fine, fine knock. Masterful, I think, was the word we used to describe it at the time.
Experienced pro. Young man trying to make himself one of those experienced pros in this Middlesex dressing room. 2 of them together, plenty of work to do. This breezy, as you can see from Fernando's trousers, but lovely Saturday afternoon to be batting. It's a fill your boots day.
Speaking of fill your boots, oh, where's Spike gone? 60th birthday for the Middlesex masseuse. Not up there at the moment, we'll keep an eye out for him. Be filling his boots with birthday cake right now. Crunched back at a point. And it was only so long that Fernando is going to be able to hang that ball outside of the off stump and deploy would resist the temptation. Look at that, overpitched. 150 up for Middlesex. Just 47 away from Glamorgan's first innings total. Little shuffle from Deploy. A word from Fernando. We saw Cook standing up. Maybe not Fernando though. He said Leonard was the quickest clocked of the bowlers in the match so far. He must be close to it, Fernando. The speed with which he rapidly runs in. So it's an awful lot of energy to at least be not tipping quickest in the match. Edged, and I think it just carried. That is a very, very difficult chance because he's gone all the way in front of slip where it would not have carried. For slip, generally it's gun barrel straight, and it wouldn't have been too far off gun barrel straight this, but let's watch now. Yeah, that would never have carried for slip low to his left, nor should slip be expected to get to that, but it's a great effort by second to go for the grab.
Yeah, it's so low. Carlson's got to go for that because it's never going to carry to Ingram. But he's basically taking that off the tops of the blades of grass. It's a hard chance. It's a 2 in 10 chance potentially. But it's the sort of chance that can change the course of an afternoon. A really nice batting day.
Didn't he deploy? Angle bat. Just about in position. He's just pushing a little hard at it, wasn't he? Searching for it outside that off stump. And again, we talk about the slope, just playing with the minds of the left-hander there in terms of what they need to play it and don't. Indecisive from Deploy. You don't see it often. If anything, if anyone wanted to lay criticism at Deploy's feet, which I certainly wouldn't, it's that he's too decisive. He goes after it. Speaking of going after it, Holden goes again. 4 runs. Swept powerfully through mid-wicket.
It's a 50-metre boundary. If you get anything like decent contact, it's going. The only question will be, is it 4 or 6?
Yeah, it felt as though it was more bottom of the bat, that one, didn't it, which probably stopped that being 6, because off the bat, straight or up from the shot, you thought this could be, but stretching for it slightly and down towards the toe. They put a deep mid-wicket back. You'll just see, well, you won't see, just out of shot there, deep mid-wicket. And there's a deep square leg as well, also just loitering behind the umpire. Loitering with intent, the way that Holden's batting. Intentional running. The Middlesex number 3 picks up a single.
Good hustle for that. There was a single there, but it wasn't the most obvious of ones. I have to say that was slightly more floated up outside of off stump. If that was me, I'd have been having an enormous lash at it. That explains why I'm sitting here.
Deploy's turn. Use of the feet, just a push single. Very positive batter, likes to feel bat on ball. Deploy. Middlesex backing fully for that as well. Question asked about his shot in the first innings at Canterbury coming down the track, but he was looking to take charge of matters himself.
Just feels like the game's gone up a gear here, doesn't it? It's a little bit... what's the word I'm looking for? Passive, maybe, earlier on in the day. And it's starting to creep up.
Yeah, exactly that. Single taken there, and that's what, 7 from the over now. I think Middlesex will look at over 60 on the board. You've got one batter who's in the 40s now, but faced more than 100 balls. Deploy 30 balls in. He's just getting himself there, but they'll be looking at that run rate, 2.6. They'll be looking at 60 overs on the board and thinking, well, this is the time to score. No point hanging around for the second new ball when things could happen fast for Glamorgan. So I wouldn't say we're at a tipping point in this innings, but you're right, the gears are being shifted at the moment by Middlesex, and obviously that can go one way or the other on 61 for 2.
Yeah, they obviously feel comfortable against Bashir. I can think of a few old senior pros that I used to play with who would actually be saying, don't hit Bashir out of the attack. We can quite happily take 4 or 5 at the moment. Yes, he's had that one great ball that found the edge and flew through slip, but that's kind of been the outlier. So if you've got that ability to work him around, you could take 4 or 5 and over potentially without that many risks, which will help Middlesex along very nicely.
Short cut ball. Simple stuff that. Fernando around the wicket has just struggled with his line in this spell. And on that one, the length was probably the key for Holden. Look at the shuffle to the pitch of it, and he still plays it, or shuffle out of the crease, I should say, and then he still plays it off the back foot. Controlled stroke. Deep point set back, correct decision. We saw that yesterday with Middlesex as well. They almost had a fly deep backward point. And this one goes in front of cover. Stroked elegantly through by Holden. He's on to 48.
A 50 partnership courtesy of that. Fernando's just struggling a little bit here. He's around the wicket. Still bowling outside of off stump. You wonder if he might be better off coming over and just bringing that line of attack slightly straighter. Deep cover stationed, point, extra cover and mid off. Just trying to block those holes.
It's better. It's holding up on his toes. That's that little step out of the crease. Fernando bends his back, just finds that extra bit of bounce onto the splice. Checks with the square leg umpire, 2 to come ups.
Do you know, as this day goes on, we've been talking about how important it is for Middlesex from their point of view to put themselves in control of this match. Just looking at the other games in Division 2, you don't want to sort of make it too big, but Leicestershire and Kent were 2 early pace setters, and they're kind of on the wrong end of their games at the moment.
Oh, an inside edge. Now, is that down onto the pad and rolls in front of square on the onside? Yep, could have gone anywhere. Ends up in front of square. Max Meg.
Yes.
Split jury on that in the commentary box. A groan from the back from the producer, Dan.
On 69 for 2 at the end of 62. Yeah, so if Middlesex can turn this into a win, and therefore it's really going to logjam up Division 2, even at this early stage, because Kent at 88 for 3, replying to Gloucestershire's 472, and they're only in the 65th over of the match up at Old Trafford. Lancashire 183 for 4, so Leicestershire are not really even into that game yet. So the opportunity to try and get a good few points if you can turn this into a win. Bashir then.
The use of the feet again from deploy. Sharp chance put down at second. Fernando Bashir finding the edge of Holden's bat. Attempted sweep, but just pad trickling away. But yeah, it looks out there as though something's got to give. One or both might get in and get going. For another chance or two on the way, because they'll want to get that run rate up handsomely over 3. You can see the intent from deploy.
Feels like they're both in the starters blocks at the moment, doesn't it? Both itching to get to the pitch of it with both mid-on and mid-off up. You would be hitting into the breeze going back over the bowler's head. That's worth considering.
Flight has smothered that one by deploy. I've seen him use the feet, but that was right over the top. Goes for the sweep again, and that has gone up and over. Look at a couple. Edged up over the top. Said something may well give here. Under the over, 171 for 2.
Back of the bat. Toe end, back of the bat, either way. Flies over the infield and lands safely. Simply says 2 in the scorebook.
Erring on the side of positivity as ever. Yes, deploy. Hasn't quite got it right around the wicket from the feeling end in this spell, but that one's there. Already found the edge of deploy, very nearly holding on 48.
Well, for me, that's the best ball he's bowled in a while. Seam grips in the surface, doesn't it? Whoopsie.
The wind. The lunch. Rolling in down the hill. We need to be pushed up the stairs. Flight the stairs back up to the commentary positions on the top floor of this media centre. So he just wants to stay, isn't it? The tallest, just skidded onto that off stump. Keep them on the front foot. A little bit of bounce, a little bit of movement down that slope. The skill today is consistency for the bowler, isn't it? Just maintain that line and length. We talk about it so often, but clearly right now it's a batting day against the seamers. No ball. So in the 50 minutes that we've had since lunch, Middlesex have already matched the number of runs they scored in the morning session, which was 55 this morning, 55 in about 52 minutes after the interval. A single 20 over, just dropped in front of mid-off. Holding on to 49, he'll keep the strike. Deploy has 20. Middlesex 174 for 2.
And you look at that batting card, and to me that is the basis of a pretty decent total. Yes, Eskenazi and Fernandez will be disappointed that they'll feel they'll have done the hard work to get themselves off and going, and they're disappointed not to make big scores, but 39 and 58 did what was needed. Holden will be hoping to go on and make the most of it, but with Higgins, Geddes and Davies still to come, Middlesex have to be hoping that this is the Waterloo of platforms. Plenty of big, strong platforms.
Well, at least they're past the Nelson. Who'll be their Horatio? Producer Dan's threatening to break my mic from the back of the box in a moment.
Friendly conversation, I think, as opposed to the formal variety. It's not the delivery stride that is the issue with Bashir. As you can see on the markings there on the right of the crease, you see then gets into the square on position, and I think it's his left foot.
And there's another half century for Max Holden. Daddy Ton followed by a half century. 125 deliveries, 7 fours, 1 6. Another bat raise to the home dressing room at Lord's. So he's yet to be out below 50 at Lord's this year, Max Holden, in 3 innings. When was the last time we said that with April 5th starts in the Championship at Lord's, which can always be a seamer surface with the slope here, particularly early season. Very fine start from Middlesex's number 3. 175 for 2.
Yeah, the old 1,000 runs by the end of May used to be a fairly common thing, didn't it? But with the restructuring of seasons, whatever, and the different competitions, it got more tricky. And then starting the first week of April, you would have imagined that actually it was going to be an absolute bowler's paradise, but I guess Max Holden with an aggregate of over 200 runs in the first game, and he's not looked back since.
Bumper! Takes Holden by surprise. That was sharp, wasn't it?
To get it up there, he certainly had to, his own toes were in danger.
Well directed, that's always the key, isn't it? Short again, bottom edge this time.
Just a little bit indecisive that time, wasn't he? Vast majority of the time has been pretty positive in his movements. Max Holden, but that time maybe he had a couple of things running through his mind.
Short and put away this time. Big boundary, but that's a big shot. That's raced up the hill to the highest point of the ground. No chance for deep square on that.
Well, that's not got up, has it? Or at least it's not got up as high as Fernando wants it. It's waistband, just above waistband height. And Holden puts that away. 20 metres to the right of Byram. Middlesex now trail by 20.
Beautiful stroke. Back-to-back boundaries for Max Holden. He's on to 58. It's level with the score that Nathan Fernandez made before he fell just before lunch, the last ball of the morning session, ushering in the interval. Max Holden is in a different space to where they were this morning. They were very much playing the long game, which Holden is undoubtedly still doing, but the gears are being shifted upwards. Bottom part of the bat, and everything behind it. 66 done, 183 for 2.
After lunch, time for a quick drink and a change of gloves, and a time for them to make their way back from the bar as well.
It's the lower tier, the Edrich stands, as close as you can get on the lower tier. So you want to keep an eye on these two. Holden's showing very much what he's capable of. Deploy can often come with a warning sign for opposition bowlers. Rates the destruction that he can go at. Flight pushed away in between extra cover and mid off, but towing with the bat, no time in there for out of that effort, but won't be far before he opens up, you'd imagine. Gives that one a little bit more of a snap, but doesn't get it through. Holden has to be careful to get back. Bashir, ooh, he'd have been just advised from close range to let that one go. Ouch.
Yeah, for a couple of reasons.
Another one picks out the fielder. Good from Bashir and good from Glamorgan in terms of their field setting. Not let Deploy get it through at all. Somebody who's, we said, he hits the ball so hard, times it so well. He needs an inkling of a gap.
I think the last 3 or 4 balls we've seen Sam Northeast at extra cover diving away one way or the other. He will be enjoying that today. Maybe this part of the season more than the rest, because as we see the square, it is still very, very green. Obviously only the second pitch used of the season. Therefore, the rest of the square is still very lush and almost carpet-like. When you're diving around in August, in those positions, you're almost guaranteed to be on an old wicket end, at which case elbows and knees are going to be getting scrapes and all sorts. It's like walking on a carpet earlier, walking around, having a look at the pitch, and those lush green bits. Bowling change for Glamorgan. Can be honest and say, I don't think Fernando's been at his best post-lunch. So Zainul Hassan will replace him from the pavilion end.
And through it goes. Change of bowler. Same outcome. Deploys into the Holden's into the 60s. Middlesex 187 for 2. Just 12 shy of Glamorgan's first innings total now.
Yeah, we've read that book before, haven't we? A drive ball in the slot, down the hill. Seen a few of those today. They look very, very pretty indeed.
High elbow. Looking in good form. He is in good form. Wide-rimmed sun hats on. It is cold, but you've still got to be careful of that sun, haven't you? Single squirted in between points and cover, but wasn't there. Extra cover, really. Deep cover set back. Good stop. Big chunk of the bat angled into the ground. The one to cover the over. This partnership's worth 70 now, which Deploy only has 20. It won't be often you'd see a partnership like this where Deploy would be heavily outscored.
One of the all-time great viewing spots in world cricket. Just starting to thin out a little bit though, because the sun is basically behind the pavilion now, so it might be an iconic view, but it's going to be quite a chilly view for the next few hours.
I thought you were going to say because Stephen Fletcher had stepped into the lower tier there. Oh, that's wonderful. Absolutely glorious from Holden. Targets that space. Lifts it away with the bump.
There's a no and an R, but it's going to take a worldie for the close-in fielder to grab that.
Thump, I should say. That's a brilliant stop. One-handed, one chance. Leonard saves back-to-back boundaries.
What he's done is make a big favour there, because when Bashir pulled that one down, that looked like that was going to be going the distance, no trouble at all.
leg single dropped. Scurry on at the striker's end. Eight off the over, boundary to begin. It was nearly back to back for that fine stop. Leonard's preventing that. 69 for Holden, 196 for 2. They're 3 runs away from levelling up. There was the man that got it going, Stephen Eskenazi in the middle, 58 at the top. Harry Podmore on the right. He's back doing his coaching badges at the moment at Middlesex. Helping out on that front for former Middlesex man, went down to Kent. Josh De Carey's in the foreground. Assistant women's coach at Middlesex currently, Harry Podmore. Mid-season gets underway tomorrow at Radlett. Kent the visitors. Heard from a few of their players when we were down at Canterbury last week.
Glamorgan have taken out the conventional slip but left the wide second slip in place. Ingram's the man gone from slip to the short straight mid-wicket.
End of the 70th over, so there are 47 overs remaining today. That's 15 until tea will be taken. Glamorgan will have the new ball, second new ball available to them in 10 overs time, so they'll potentially have 5 before tea if they wish. Here at the mound stand, which had a view of there. Still something of a sun trap, even though the pavilion, the Allen and the Warren are now pretty limited. You can just see that last little bit of sunshine on the Warner there.
Bashir is off. We're going back to scene from the nursery end. Ned Leonard it will be.
Returning to the nursery end, Ned Leonard.
It's got to be worth changing Bashir's end, hasn't it? I know it's a short boundary and you hit him with the spin. He's turning it with the slope as well, then just that extra little bit of chance against the left-handers. Clever for a deploy, deep point set back and it'll just frustrate Morgan and their fielders.
Yeah, just on the Bashir point, you know, we've mentioned it a few times. It's tempting, isn't it, that short leg side? You might get a batter to play a shot they don't want to. What have you got to lose? If it doesn't work, after 2 overs, you say, okay, fine, we gave it a go. Middlesex trail by 1.
Middlesex lead by 3, 200 up. 202 for 2. Holden moves to 73. And Middlesex moving into a real position of authority in this second afternoon.
Well, if Leonard was brought on to stem the flow, Max Holden has other ideas. It's a long leg and a deep backward square, and he simply helped himself between the two of them.
Oh, now wobbled up the slope. Wobbled on the way through to poor old Cook behind the stumps as well. Managed to do well to block it. Some long sleeves on. No warm sun on a sunny day, but not so warm at Lord's. You can see the shirt's blustered by the wind.
Somerset are now going 3 out on the leg side. Square leg is out there as well. Is Leonard going to try and bomb Holden on 73?
Oh, now there's a little bit of width again. Holden will feel he's missed out slightly. Very tightly knit offside there, isn't it, for Holden? Ball being hung up outside off stump, intentionally or not.
I think his biggest problem was the foot movement was posthumous. If he'd actually gone at it to start with, I think he would have made contact.
Are you suggesting it was a little late?
Maybe a touch. Well, they're changing the field again, and I don't know if this is a deliberate thing to just keep trying to unsettle the batter, but the middle one of the 3 fielders on the leg side is now at a short backward square leg, 20 metres or so from the bat.
5 off the over, 202 for 2. That run rate had dropped down to 2.4. It's heading up towards 3 now. 9 overs. Holden will be thinking about being very close to his century. by the 80th over, I'd imagine. Deploy will be hoping to be along with him as well. Drinks taken here at Lords and the live in Heart stream with Middlesex in association with Dafabet.
Well, if Max keeps scoring runs at this rate, they're going to have to consider selling the Max Holden headband in the club shop. It's going to be the go-to accessory for 2025 club cricket.
You mean you don't have one?
I don't have the approved one.
Oh, that's a little leading edge, just in front of point. His partnership is worth 84 now, which Ploy has 24. It is very rare that man is outscored. Where would you rather be on Easter weekend? I mean, huddled together, blankets wrapped around. Oh, an MCC bucket hat at the back as well. That's a lovely spot up the back. .72 bowls. 202 for 2. 48 more runs for a batting point for Middlesex. Glamorgan finishing a long way short of that on 199. One more wicket for a bowling point. Bonus points in play until the 110th over of the innings, so another 38 overs. 3 and over. 120 runs, so Middlesex. Maybe a couple. Would they have an outside chance of a third? It would very much depend on the final figure in that total column at the moment, the wickets column. Just 2 down. Very much depend how the second new ball goes as well. This man opened up this morning, Leonard, after an impressive display yesterday. Well, he had an over to finish, but they kept him going. horrible way to go, wouldn't it?
My first thought was that he wasn't that close to it.
Late leave. Done a good job, Glamorgan, of not letting Middlesex get fully away. Holden's still getting a strike rate of just below 50. Deploy likewise, run rate. Not able to get up and over, 3 and over. Another maiden. 7th maiden in 16 for Leonard, none for 34. Look
at those economy rates. Van der Kooten, Leonard, Hassan, all well below 3, and then Fernando struggled in that last spell. He and Bashir both operating at 4s. This was where Middlesex was so good against Lancashire, wasn't it, in the fact that they did hunt as a pack and all 5 were contributing and making it difficult, keeping that run rate down. Well, you're going to get your way here, Kev. Bashir from the pavilion end.
Well, he's turning the ball with the slope. So off-break bowler turning it from leg to off, which is where the slope is slipping against the left-hander. So you hit an inside out to target the short boundary. He's going to bowl a straight line with a deep backward square. And therein lies the game. Put it there, leave it there. Make deploy, make the move. It's a little shuffle, let's bring a single. Big fan of the reverse sweep, Max Holden. So that short boundary to the offside is going to be very tempting.
Only one sweeper out there. That's cover. There's a backward point. So about 15 metres either side of that fielder. You're in clover.
A little bit of width. Allowing Holden to sit back and stand up tall for a single. it's a really good game of cricket. I was thinking on the way in this morning, you know, 5 days of cricket at Lords so far this season. The pitch on every single day so far has been an absolute belter. There's enough in it for the batters and enough in it for the bowlers. Our note today is that perhaps it just doesn't feel as though it's coming off the surface as quickly as it did yesterday. But we'll see if that's the surface, if it's the ball, if it's the overheads,
or the bowling unit.
Well, yeah. So it's the end of the 74th, 205 for 2. I think Glamorgan will reflect they've been a little looser than Middlesex were, and I think you put that together with an overheads that have clearly favoured the batting side today anywhere in the world. You have an overhead like this, but especially here at Lords. But a lot of hard work put in by Eskenazi and Fernandez at the top, and at the moment Holden and now Deploy starting to reap the rewards as well. But I would say that Middlesex stuck to their task a little better yesterday. I thought they bowled well yesterday morning, better than 1 wicket. Could have been a 3 or 4 wicket morning. And reap the rewards in the afternoon, I think. But just at times, it's taken Glamorgan perhaps a little while to ease into the spells. But crucially, and again, this is a mark of, you know, it's a good pitch and you can get something out of it if you keep it in the right areas often enough. Middlesex are only 2 down, they're in the 75th over and they're only going at 2.7. First one he's really got away with any great gusto. Look, very nearly, and it is the perfect 4. It was only just going to kiss that rope. Awkward, horrible chase up the hill. Probably only Leas Deploy in the Middlesex group could hit the ball with that economy of effort and still find the boundary up there. That would have just hit the rope and stop, I reckon, but the momentum was all there. Byron picking himself up.
Looked like he was going to do himself a mischief at one point there.
Where's that gone? Through to the keeper. Everybody goes up belatedly. Some.
Cook, behind the stumps, cannot believe that's not been given. He's got his arms outstretched going, well, what's he come off then? Body? Anyway, umpire unmoved. 2-10 for 2 it remains.
Goes again. Helped around the corner for a single. bumper to finish 211 for 2. Oh, now wasn't quite to the pitch of that. Dragged it somewhat, but still got plenty of it. Big old boundary, and he'll pick up 2.
Just seemed to get a little bit big, that one.
It feels like this change of ends for Bashir can go dramatically one of 2 ways. But turning it with the slope now. Leg side, no leg side.
Not a lot going for that one.
That's beautifully picked again. The gap is found. He's into the 80s, Holden. The partnership has climbed to 100, of which Deploy only has 31. It's very, very rare. You'll see Deploy outscored at a rate like this. Holden has 68 on the partnership.
Well, there's an extra cover in place, but at the moment he's standing there watching a red arrows display. He's just got red things disappearing either side of him.
Looks good up there, doesn't it? 118 that came together when Fernandez was out.
I'm not surprised at this. Glamorgan taking the short mid-wicket over to make a second cover fielder and try and plug that gap. They've taken short fine leg out to mid-wicket to facilitate that. But Bashir is going too often for their liking through extra.
Trot short. We'll just guard a little off the surface. And searching for it, wasn't he? Single to end the over. 220 for 2. We have 9 overs to tee. 4 to the second new ball becoming available for Glamorgan.
I'm not surprised they're clapping. Good work from Middlesex. Well, all of today, really. But post-lunch, they've climbed in and are filling their boots so far.
Kellaway for the second new ball. Got his first class 50.
From the nursery end.
A bit of off break from both ends.
Well, he can bowl slow left arm as well, so it may be.
Wasn't it in the Middlesex match last year? It was the first time he'd ever done it. was tempted. It just looped, didn't it? Just looped. Watch for the bad ball, we always say. Big heave-ho at that, and it might have dipped into the block hole.
It's Richie Benaud. I think there's a word that is more associated with one person than Richie Benaud and the word two.
Are you going to do it or am I?
Oh, I'm not. No.
2-2-2 for 2. Two, 3 for 2.
Oh, it means business now. The jumper's coming off.
Remind you, in the Rothesay County Championship, tea is taking 3:40 when 32 overs remain of the day's play, which ever is later.
Oh, thick inside edge. They're going to take the single. Throw to the non-strikers end. It's tight. Well, that would have been a way to go, wouldn't it? Moment's pause. The hesitation. Then the sprint. The throw comes in. Oh, he was home. Even with the direct hit.
Yeah, Deploy was out of the blocks far quicker than Holden. Cut and paste. Same again, drop it into the gap, take the single.
It's funny, isn't it? Because more often than not on run-outs, hesitation is usually the problem. There's the moment's hesitation, the moment's doubt. If you pretty much trust in each other and go with it. I mean, obviously over the years there's been plenty that have had a reputation as bad runners, bad callers. So sort of settled top order comes in, you know, you can build up that trust.
That's almost like the holy grail of batting, isn't it? That you reach such a degree of familiarity between the two batters. They don't then need to call. It's almost like a nod is good enough, or even the fact that you simply know, okay, he's played it there, we can take that run.
It's a bit like the trust between you and I, Mac. You know, if I send you off to sleep, that I'll just keep going, and likewise.
2 more then until the brand new Conqueror is available.
I don't think there's any doubt, is there, that they take it straight away. Just before tea as well, it means you've got a few overs where these two will be thinking about just getting in. Getting in for the interval, that is.
Well, as we said earlier, the bowling figures reflect that Leonard, Van der Gugten, well, Leonard well under 3, Van der Gugten is well under 2 and over, whereas some of the others have been easier to score off. So yeah, surely they've got to take it and go back down the seam path for a bit.
Guess now, having got it as close to the second new ball as Middlesex have, that these two just milk these singles. What one's want right now would be for a big heave-ho. With it an error, which would open the door when the second new ball becomes available. He's done well not to let them access the short boundary from the nursery end here. Kellaway saw Bashir bunted into the mound stand on a couple of occasions. Again, these two will be of the mindset now that having got it to this second new ball, yes, they wanted to get the run rate up, and they have. Pushing up towards 3 as it is now. But equally, they'll want to take on and see through the new ball if they can. It's a little shorter, but Holden similarly watchful. He's on to 89, 4 singles off the over. 229 for 2. Final over before the second new ball becomes available. You count down to it and then they don't necessarily take it straight away, but Bashir takes off his cap. You'd have thought for one last time.
Still a minimum of 38 overs left in the day.
Yeah, so 6 to tea, which again means 5 overs possible before tea. With the second new ball, that you'd have to do it. And it's going to be a crucial stage of the innings. We mustn't write off these 5 deliveries that are left of this over, which neither of these batters will be doing. But if that ball goes as quickly as it comes, the second new ball, Glamorgan could be in trouble, but they'll be hoping that it gives them a little bit more assistance than this ball has given them, which, to be fair, hasn't been much. As much as I think they'll walk off knowing they could have bowled better, they can also feel a little bit hard done by that ball. Certainly Middlesex got a lot more out of it yesterday. And again, the overheads play a big part in that. There's so many factors, it's very hard to weigh it up, isn't it? But one thing we can weigh up is, we often say, judge things odds both sides are batted. At the moment, it's Middlesex very much the box here. a little shove inside part of the bat. Could have been awkward, but didn't shove at it too hard. $80 overs done, 2-3-2 for 2. Deploy has 36, Holden has 91. We have 5 overs to tea on the second day at Lord's. The live and hard stream from Middlesex in association with Dafabet. No sign, or is there? All eyes on the umpires at the moment. There we go. One ball handed over, one ball handed back. And there's the nice new shiny cherry pulled up to the scorer's box below Old Father Time. Fernando wants first look. He hasn't got first go. Leonard has from the nursery end.
See, sometimes you see a side, a bowler have 2 or 3 to get loose, but with so little time before tee, they almost can't afford to waste it. They've got the nice opportunity of 2 goes either side of tee with this new ball now.
Oh, now. Well, that's gone. I felt he was stretching for it slightly, Holden, but boy, oh boy, has he timed it. He's on to 95. Just opened that face, didn't he? Turn and run for cover, nothing more. Bisecting the cover point region. There you go. Well, look at the reaction of the fielder in the background.
That got up the hill so quickly. Well, they take the new ball, and deep point is going out as cover just in case.
It's better from Leonard. I don't mind that too much. I don't mind it too much. Although that last one he was searching for it a little, wasn't he, Holden? Although he had full control.
No, I think it makes sense. You've got the 2 slips in place for the edge, but that number at the bottom of your screen, lead by 37, with only 2 wickets down, you cannot afford, if you're Glamorgan, for that number to get out of control. So actually a bit of cover makes sense.
Leg side, but just a single, long leg in place, guarding the shorter boundary to the onside.
Although actually, the deep point has now made his way back to basically deep third. So that cover for the drive ball doesn't exist anymore.
Nicely done. Oh, look at the timing of it. Backward point coming around. They've run 3, but that raced up the hill.
See, that's quality batting. From what we were just saying, they had a deep point out and then they've moved it back round. Deployer spotted the gap, used his wrist to get it out to there and take 3. Now, it may be that if you move Van der Gooten back to a sort of a deep point coverish region, he'd then open the blade a little bit and guide it to backward point. That's the ability. I always say the art of batting is avoiding the fielders.
Oh, short. Punished. Well, there's a way to bring up three figures, back-to-back centuries at Lords for Max Holden, yet to be out below 50 in 3 innings to start the season in NW8. 187 balls. For the second time in 2 innings, he takes off his helmet, raises the bat around Lords. 15th for 6 in there as well. They'll be very happy up there on the balcony with their number 3, who's their number 1 when it comes to form this year at the moment. And a good leave. So in the first over of the second new ball, which has gone for 2 boundaries, a 3 and a single, 12 runs as an expensive start. The run rate climbs above 3 for the first time since very early in the innings with Eskenazi and Fernandez. 2-4-4 for 2.
Well, I'll tell you how hard Holden hit that boundary ball to bring up the 100. It crashed into the advertising hoardings and rolled about another 15 metres. It was flying.
From the Brin end, Tim van der Goepte.
Climbed into that. No massive celebration though, but that's a man who's already got a big 100 this season to his name already. That's a man who's saying, yeah, okay, I've got there, but there's still plenty more to do.
He's pretty well measured, Max Holden. Could this be the year that he really makes an impact? It could take him to the next level. Globally, he's a T20 gun now. Internationally, he'll still have high ambitions and intentions himself. Van Houten from the pavilion end.
Take advantage of all spots to watch this at the moment, wouldn't you?
They tell Potters that he can get up on the cover and have a lie down.
Doesn't look very comfortable, does he?
Annoying. The fielder. He cut it off. So those extra few yards for North East, but a couple it is. He's just quietly nudged his way to 40 at the other end. A couple there for Holden. This partnership now is worth 129. edge just short. He went very softly at that, Holden. When he said that he modelled his game on Alistair Cook, this one did remind me of it, actually. Just gently, didn't go too hard at it.
Second time Carlson's had to go away to his right at second slip, isn't it? Both occasions landing short.
Jeff just left searching somewhat, wasn't it? Holden 102, but yeah, Deploy has moved into, or onto 40. 73 balls, that scoring rate's gone up for him as well. 247 for 2, they're 3 from the first batting point. They're 3 overs from tee. Steered for a single. Just over in the face. Easy one. Penny for Glamorgan's thoughts at the moment. Trail by 49. 8 wickets standing. Second new ball in hand. What would they give for a wicket before tea? 2.4 overs remain of this session. Fiercely struck into the covers, that would have stung the fingers. Northeast in there, yep. By the way, he's picked it up and flicked it up. It's mid-off.
Leonard's come back well here. That previous over, the first one with the new ball, going for 12. 2 singles from 5 balls.
To tee. 249 for 2. Mustn't lose sight of here as well in terms of Glamorgan's bowling is 2 down, 84th over, so the bonus points of 26 overs to go. So 2, they'll have a chance at 3 if this partnership's still going, I guess. That's why it mustn't get too carried away. It'll be 4. A victory for the bowler, and we haven't said that many times in this session.
He's 103 not out. It's just been completely squared up. He's ended up playing that 180 degrees from where he was actually looking to. 250 comes up. So that is the batting point, the first of. Tacked on. 4 points in the game so far for Middlesex. And power to add.
Dabs along the floor.
That seemed to keep low as well. Now, this is a ball that's what, 20 deliveries old.
Width and in the air and gone. Can you believe it? Holden falls on the verge of tee. Squared up. Couple of overs, a couple of deliveries ago. I wonder, was there a little bit of fatigue there? 197 balls. It's taken a lot of endurance this innings. It hasn't happened in a flash. He scored another brilliant century here at Lords. It's not going to be a daddy ton, but it's back-to-back centuries at Lords from Holden. He's slashed at that one. And he slashed it straight to the deep cover point. Again, the catching from Glamorgan. That's a brilliant take by Ul Hassan. Wow, really was a good grab. Just off the floor, that one. Got his fingertips underneath it, rolled over the top, held on. And here's the disappointment. Over it. Doesn't take away from what has been another brilliant knock from Max Holden. 107 from 198 balls, but Van der Gooten has the 3rd Middlesex wickets. All 3 of them for him. And it's 253 for 3.
Well, he rightly gets a very big ovation, but you can tell by his body language, Max Holden cannot believe what he's just done. He's going to be sitting there, I would think, for the large part of the tea interval, still with his batting gear on, sitting in the dressing room, probably just shaking his head. 107 though, excellent from him. Sets things up nicely going forward.
Ryan Higgins comes out to join Lias Deploy. Middlesex's main pair for the last season, and Higgins for the last couple of years. Holden's been the main man so far this season, but with 8 balls to tee on the second day, as far behind as they were feeling a delivery ago. Glamorgan will think to make these 8 balls count, 1 more before tee, and with a second new ball fresh in hand, they'll think that just maybe they can inflict some pain on Middlesex this evening. Big 8 deliveries this coming up. Higgins positive, use of the feet, a walk to the ball and a stroke to mid-off. There's Eskenazi in the background, who made the 58, helped set things up last night and this morning. Single to long leg gets Higgins off the mark and keep the strike as well. It's 1 over to tee. 2:54 for 3. Middlesex have a batting point. Glamorgan have a bowling point on the board. And this is how width. Hands thrown at it. And hands thrust underneath it by Al-Hassan. Delight for Glamorgan. A job to do for Deploy and Higgins. Now 41 for the number 4. The number 5's now with him. But these two will be thinking big runs still. They'll know, having just lost Holden, the Centurion, they've got to be a little bit careful now against the second new ball. They've got into a very, very good position. But you can well imagine what the chat will be already at tea for Glamorgan on a way back into this. No ball calls. So still 6 balls to tea.
I'm still in a bit of shock at that wicket, if I'm honest with you, because it just felt like Middlesex were cruising along there that last 20 minutes or so.
I just wondered, was it as much mental fatigue for Holden? Is it 8 hours he batted in that Lancashire match? Straight down to Canterbury, back up and in action again here. Hot, sunny day. I mean, again, we talk about the wind up here, but that sun blazing down on the batters. Early season, acclimatising. Oh, now he's got him. He's strangled him down the leg side. And, well, we said it could be a big 8 deliveries to tea, and it is. They've got a 4th wicket. Holden, he'd have been twofold disappointed with his dismissal. One for his own innings, but he knew he was exposing his mate, Ryan Higgins, just before tea. And he stepped across a little too far, glancing that one down the leg side. And Higgins has to go. A nervous look back at the umpire. Yeah, gloved it. So, 2:56 for 4. That's tea on day 2. And the second new ball takes 2 wickets in 4.2 overs. That's going to change the chat at tea for Glamorgan. What would have been, come on, stick in there, you've done all right, will now be, picked up 2 just before tea, pick up 2 just after, and all of a sudden Middlesex aren't that far ahead just yet.
I mean, you would say that neither wicket are classic new ball wicket-taking deliveries, caught at deep cover and strangled down the leg side, but ultimately it doesn't actually matter how, it's how many, isn't it? And as you say, it's done the job, it's got 2, but Middlesex still lead by 57 with 6 wickets to go.
Yep. Wickets are wickets, aren't they? Andrew McKenna, myself, Kevin Hand will be back with a live stream for you in just under 20 minutes. The live enhanced stream from Middlesex in association with Dafabet. We'll charge them and deposit them into the grandstand. He hasn't, he hasn't, he has! What a catch! Edged and gone first ball, second slip takes the catch.
Unbelievable.
Mind you, everybody, welcome here at St Lord's, the home of cricket. A reminder that multi-faith rooms open during the match, located in the pavilion basement. That's just opposite the members' shop, and also the Edric stand. For those attending with small children, baby changing facilities are available. Also 2 fully accessible adult changing places for those who require. Please ask the steward for further details. A reminder here at Lord's, as part of our commitment to reducing plastic waste at Lord's, we have reusable cups instead of single-use plastic cups, and alcoholic drinks provided in reusable cups for £1 deposit. Please take your used cup back to a bar and receive a fresh cup with your next drink. At the end of the day, simply return your cups to one of our designated redemption bars to receive your £1 per cup deposit back. A reminder those looking for...
Has he got him? He has!
Plenty of those around the outer perimeter, in particular behind the main grandstands.
Oh, wow! and it's some pickup shot. Goes again, off the bat again, that sounded big and it was just as big. It's 50 for Eskenazi. He hasn't, he has! What a catch!
Oh, look at that. Have that.
Unbelievable.
The next home county championship fixture for Middlesex will be against Kent. That starts on Friday, the 2nd of May. If you enjoy the Vitality Blast, the Lords plays those 4 T20 Middlesex fixtures this summer, starting on the 29th.
Action. All the fun and all the games, they all start here with All Stars Cricket. All new experiences for everyone. All over the country. Every session is all-out action all the time. All are welcome, all invited. Even mums and dads.
Skills,
Friendships, smiles, dreams.
it all happens here. All you need is delivered right to your door. Best of all, it even has your name on it.
All the activators are fully trained, and all they want is for us to have a great time.
Always
Have fun.
catch, throw, try it all.
It's time to go all in, all together.
And it all starts with All Stars.
All you need to get started is at allstarscricket.co.uk.
How you'll play this holiday at Dynamo's Cricket.
And the other scores from around the country this afternoon, the Rothesay County Championship starting off at Hove, where Sussex have continued their first innings against Surrey, 402 for 7. Tom Haynes was out for 174. Tom Walsall for 63. 3 wickets there for Gus Atkinson for the cost of 105 runs. Chester Street, where Yorkshire are visitors to Durham. Yorkshire were all out for 307. Durham in reply, 224 for 1. Alex Lees unbeaten on 139. With Emilio Gay, who is 74 not out. Chelmsford, where Essex are playing Worcestershire, Essex made 179. Worcestershire got a slender lead. They were all out for 202. And second time round, Essex 128 for 4. Means their lead is 105 runs. Paul Walter is still at the crease, unbeaten on 64. The Turnser where Somerset visitors to Hampshire. Somerset were dismissed early this morning, 184. Hampshire in reply are 116 for 2. Tom Prest is 41 not out. And Edgbaston again a match affected by the weather there today. Lost plenty of overs already. Warwickshire though dismissed for just 93. Notts in reply, 75 without loss. With Ben Slater on 34, Steve Hamid on 29. Back to Division 2, where Emirates Old Trafford, action against Leicestershire, Lancashire batting first, 235 for 6. George Balderson is 46 not out. And at Canterbury, where Gloucestershire are the visitors to Kent, Kent are 181 for 5 in reply to Gloucestershire's 472. Means they still trail by 291. And a useful partnership developing at the moment between Harry Finch, who's on 34, and Ben Compton on 79. And finally at Derby, where Northamptonshire are the opponents. Derbyshire were dismissed for 307. And Northampton in reply going well, 117 without loss. Luke Proctor, 44 not out. Could be a final session of the day. Umpires back to the field, Neil Pratt and Ben Peverell. And Glamorgan back to the field, led by Sam Wilkins.
Well, good evening, everyone. Welcome back to the final session of the second day here at Lord's. Live enhanced stream from Middlesex in association with Daffabet. I'm Kevin Hand. Andrew McKenna is alongside me in the commentary box for this one. And Middlesex are pretty much on top against Glamorgan, although the visitors just managed to pick up a couple of wickets before tea to make things a little interesting for them again, going into the final session of the day. 256 for 4, a lead of 57, a very strong position for Middlesex, but it was even stronger. Oh, 4 legitimate deliveries ago before Holden holed out to the deep cover boundary with an inside-out drive. And Higgins gloved one through to the keeper down the leg side for just the one. So deploy on 41 from 78, joined by Ben Geddes out in the middle now. And it'll be Leonard to continue. It's a finishing over this morning from overnight. Bad light stopping play yesterday evening. He's finishing over from that wicket of Higgins. Another of the potential openers at Middlesex, Ben Geddes, arriving from Surrey this past winter. Middlesex delighted with his capture. He's already given them more than a glimpse of what he's capable of. Ooh, that didn't get up. Evasive action, so the runs will count, even though it's off the body. Couple more to the total, but Geddes remains on naught.
Important to start this session well. They'll be really disappointed with the way the afternoon session finished. Do not do anything silly. The first 10-15 minutes now. Set up the rest of the day.
Top ball. Ends the over which began before tea. The wicket of Higgins delaying the over the tea interval. So there are still 32 overs to bowl today. 258 for 4. Where will Middlesex be by stumps? Both of these batters go positively at it. They'll score in their own time, and that's generally at a fair lick. Deploy's picked up to a strike rate of just over 50, which for him is on the lower side. He'll face his first ball after tea now as Van der Houten will continue from the pavilion end. 21 overs, 10 of those maidens, 3 for 38. Leonard finally breaking Van der Houten's hold on the wicket column in this game.
Well,
you asked the question, where will they be? The first and foremost answer is, it's got to be still batting. You've got to make sure that that happens. Don't go down in a heap.
That man may well hold the key to it. his fabulous batter. Davies, Zafar Gohar, Roland Jones. There's a lot of batting to come. Brooks up to 10 according to the scorecard. He's a very good number 11 when he's down there. Actually, they're at loggerheads. The scorecard on the big screen in the ground says Brooks at 10. The scorecard's printed for us. Brooks consigned to 11 again. Right up there from Van der Houten, just testing footwork and the eyes of deploy after tea.
The first ball, Carlson at second slip actually went with the helmet to field as he's relatively close. But whether it was something to do with the light and where he was trying to pick it out of the background, that experiment lasted one ball and it's been thrown back to the keeper, and Cook's now got that helmet behind him.
Do you think deploy like ours was able to resist the cake at tea, Macca?
If the Middlesex dressing room got the ginger cake that we did, I would suggest no.
Do you think he was able to hold it at just one slice like we did?
I think he's probably well regarded enough that he's probably got his own stash somewhere in the dressing room, should he require.
If they sell that ginger cake here at Lord's around the ground, I can promise you folks, go and get yourself a slice. Oh, it's as good a piece of cake as you'll see. Or indeed eat.
They also make a lot of money, because Kevin will be down there most afternoons. Four balls around the wicket. Easy enough for Van der Houten. He'll be over.
There's the bat involved. Well, Glamorgan do not think there was. If there wasn't, that's very close. By a Pratt at the pavilion end. Oh, it's just pitched outside the line. I tell you what, there's no better illustration than all the chats that we have about right arm over to a left-hander than that, Macca. Have another look at the end of the over. It was not far away, but somehow I reckon that did pitch outside leg. And may well have only been umpire's call on off. All right, let's have a look at it again. So, pitched outside the line, I think we're all in agreement with, but what I'm interested in is, would it have hit off? Yes, it would have. But that's the game for the bowler. You've got to, you shift that across to pitch in line, and all of a sudden you're missing off. So that's why it's so difficult, as full a length as that is, so difficult to get an LBW at the pavilion end if you're right arm over to a left-hander here at Lord's.
Now, if he's got the ability to bring it back the other way, to at least hold its line or go up the hill, then that's gold.
It's a way to get off the mark. It gets it away down the ground. And it might be the perfect four. No, just short of it. And all run three. Gets Geddes off the mark.
Good looking shot though. Seeing it well if you're playing a shot like that after only 5 balls of your innings.
Oh, popped a little. Harder ball. Hope you'd find something. Testing out that bounce around the wicket.
Already had one flick down the leg side, resulting in a wicket. Deploy will not want to follow suit.
They'll know, won't they, Glamorgan? This is their real chance right now. New batter at the crease. Start of a new session, so Deploy 41 from 86. Short's interval, of course, only 20 minutes. It's not that long out of his stride, Deploy. But with this second new ball, this is their chance.
Well, this is potentially the difference between a manageable lead and a really problematic lead, isn't it? You've got to make this new ball do the work for them. You often find yourself talking about so much about the new ball, but it is so integral. That hard, proud seam with the lacquer on it, it just does that bit more. You have to take advantage of it while you have those advantages as a bowling unit.
The bumper. I think they'd be as well at the moment to put that ball on the off stump, the second new ball. Deep backward square and long leg set back to Deploy. Last ball of the over. You'd fancy or sit on the front foot to this one. Nope, leg side again.
As you say, probably needs to be outside of off. So two fielders out on the deep on the leg side. If he fetches your quickest bowler from outside of off stump over the leg side, well, then you have to hold your hands up, but surely that's the place to at least be starting. We've seen an awful lot of fens and flicks down the leg side for 4 in the innings so far, and that line to me just doesn't feel quite right.
When was the last time you had to hold your hands up, Macca?
It depends if you're asking my wife or not. Frequently get things wrong, so probably best we gloss over that.
Probably the 2 slices of cake at tea for me. All right, I had a second one. Short leg in place for Geddes. Just out of shot. There he is. Umpire Eddie Byram, that is, under the lid. Ben Geddes, and in the middle.
It's quite deep as well, the short leg. I mean, that's 2 pitches worth. So that's something that's basically off the face of the bat almost, or something that balloons up off of an inside edge.
Showed him the maker's name there, didn't he? Face of the bat, back up the track. Patiently played, picked up with the single. I think these two, if they get going, Deploy and Geddes, then there'll be entertainment to be had. Both like to feel bat on ball. Switch the fields for the left-hander, last ball of the 88th over. Is that your Lions bucket? Well, not your Lions bucket. I hope it's not yours, Macca, or at least you know where he is. Go and get it back, but... Oh, now, where's that gone? Down to the vacant deep third boundary for 4. The use of the feet with a thick edge. Deploy moves to 45. But not with a great deal of assurance in that one.
That's coming across that one, isn't it? Hence the reason it takes a big old chunk of wood and goes well wide of Carson at second slip. 4 more to the total, 266 for 4. Straight bat Geddes is playing at the moment.
Feels like a little bit of a fog of war out there, doesn't it? These two will be itching to get going, but they'll know they've got to take their time, they've got to build up. The onus is on Glamorgan at the moment to find these wickets early in the evening session. Turn 2 before tea into 2 just after the interval. And all of a sudden, 6 down with a lead of 67. You've got a chance to get yourself back into this. If this passage goes wrong after tea now, goodness me, it could be a long old session tonight, a long morning session as well for them tomorrow.
Nothing, sorry, I was just going to say nothing worse than a fielding side when you go in for a break, you take your kit off, and then you know that in however many minutes' time you've got to put the bowling boots or the fielding boots back on. That's what Middlesex have got to do to Glamorgan here. To get them thinking, oh, not another hour potentially in the field or whatever it may be. Got to turn it into a grind.
But a fair bit of body line attack, hasn't there, from Glamorgan with his second new ball. The bumper, 89 done. I'm not sure wholly at ease with the amount of short stuff for the second new ball. For Glamorgan's own sake, it feels like your best chance of getting at that off stump is now. The second new ball in hand. One new batter at the crease. big wicket at the other end. It's not now or never in this game, but now is a very, very good chance, and they might not get another bite at some element of control in the game for a wee while if this next passage of play doesn't go well. 266 for 4.
Second gully. Well, a gully with Carlson moving into second slip has come in. That's been the delay. I agree with you about the short stuff, though. Nothing wrong. No problem at all with the short ball. But it's got to inconvenience the batter. And a few of them earlier today were troubling. Fernandez got a couple that he had to get on top of and ride. But the last 2 or 3 have just been easy to get underneath and watch go past.
That was steered a little more. We saw that one go down to deep third. Really did angle the bat on that occasion to Ploy. Let's have a close look at the lines of this. His head, where is it as he plays the ball? It's under his head. It's an angle bat, soft hands. And well short of that gully fielder. That's where they got a probe.
It's another one that's landed short of Carlson, isn't it?
I just feel that's where they've got to be, testing that front pad of Geddes early in his innings. +4.
Oh, Father Time really wasn't making his mind up there, was he? Changing around in all directions.
Yeah, cold winds and the sun out. It's not ideal conditions for getting the most out of the ball, is it? Still Fernando to have a go overseas. Rothesay's been reliable. Okay, just a little tentative, a little inside out almost about that one. Geddes. That's why I think they've got to keep it up there on that off stump now and create that pressure after tea. 267 for 4.
Change your bowling with Fernando coming on from the nursery end once again.
From the nursery end, Sita Fernando.
Way!
Nice that, on the spot.
Feels like if you're the fielding captain, you kind of want to hang out in the V for the time being, don't you? You want to be, if there's any run scored, you want it mid-on, mid-off, because that potentially brings the slips in place for anything that deviates ever so slightly. What you don't want is to be pull and cut at the moment.
He's taken that from a very straight line, got a single. Think about two, back they come. It's a long leg. There's an Unanar around the back from the bowler as well. He's got to work the lines here, right arm around to the left hand line. That's might have had a chance if he'd have missed it, but
A strangely awkward shot, but actually played quite efficiently. Seeing the replay, he actually played it quite comfortably.
and again they feel that's taken from a straight line. 49 now for deploy. That's good running. There was the tightest of angles there between mid-on and mid-wicket to find that single. He's just dropped it in front of the mid-on, the mid-wicket. Fine of the mid-on, and through they go. Top ball to end the over. Deploy remains on 49. Gedders will have strike on 5. Middlesex 271 for 4. Red wine in the shade. That's a lovely shot. Up the hill all the way. Again, look at this one, slow. It's just going to make it. Gedders On to 9. Crisp cover drive.
We've seen some cover drives today, haven't we? Both left and right-handed. That's another corker.
It's a pretty picture, isn't it? Just before the shadows really take grip on the outfield, just the peak over the boundary rope from the 2 turrets in the Warner. It's like a Jack Russell painting. Just not as good. Raising money at the moment. Jack Russell, former England keeper for his former England and Gloucestershire teammate Sid Lawrence. Selling off a few of his Lord's paintings. They are wonders to see. Often seen at a cricket ground around the country. With the stall put up. Well, we saw an inside edge onto the pad of, I think it was Holden, that fell away in front of the square leg umpire. This one's gone through the legs of Geddes, but fortunately for him, wide of those stumps as well. There's the Lord's slope, and there's that line that we're talking about, probing away. They're not going to get a better chance for putting the doubt into the batter's mind and getting back some control than right now with that new ball in hand. It's got to get the tails up slightly of Van der Guchten and co. Good again. Geddes in behind it.
That previous one feels like the first ball in a while that's not hit the middle of Geddes' bat.
And it's the first one, I think it's fair to say, Macca, that has just done a little for the Glamorgan attack. But the point is, you know, on days like this is where your accuracy and your groupings of deliveries are really tested, because if there's not much out of it, you've got to stick to that spot and just wait for the one that does give you something. Oh, width on that. Now, has he got an inside tickle? Not sure it carried, did it? But Van der Guchten was prepared to go up, looking for his 4th. Deviation, or was that off the surface? I mean, it does come back in off the surface. Does it go back off the inside edge as well? I think the disappointment of the keeper perhaps does confirm, well, 1, that it didn't carry, and 2, that it may well have taken the inside edge. Well, 2-7-5 for 4. He looked rueful, didn't he?
Perhaps another one of those that's landed in front of keeper or cordon. Right, deploy 49 not out.
Opens that face. I'm sure he won't be getting tetchy at all, but 4 innings in. This is 5th. Looking for his first 50 of the season. Middlesex is number 4. Couple of starts at Canterbury into the 20s. Into the 40s against Lancashire, a duck in the 2nd innings. Resisted that one. I don't mind that short one from Fernando, I must admit. I don't think Deploy was expecting it.
Yep, can live with that one.
That's a lovely ball. Back up the slope from around the wicket to the left-hander. Edge that if you can.
It's gone a long way, hasn't it, when you consider the angle that he's delivered it at.
Yeah, out of the hand. It's just a little bit of swing there, wasn't it, before pitching? It's a very good over this from Fernando. It's probably 49 for 101. They're asking questions. They're making the batters think. It's just what we were saying about the short stuff. Understandable tactics that sometimes, but not with the second new ball in hand, early season still. Pitch, as we've said, it's not lightning quick, but it's a very good cricket wicket, this one, but it's not a pitch that you're particularly going to rough up a batter or unsettle them. Around the wicket, it's going to be very difficult to get that. There was a shuffle towards the pitch as well from Deploy, which blurs the angles for the umpire.
So it's taken him above the knee roll, and he takes those couple of steps. The umpire's going to be thinking height before you even take into account anything else.
It's that camera angle from behind, actually, that really gives you a good idea of the trajectory of the ball, isn't it? A lot of the times you want it front on, but at the moment, from the nursery and right arm around to the left-hander. Just seems to be getting a better angle of it from behind the batter. Leading edge, that could have gone anywhere. Excellent maiden over for Fernando. Fine over for Glamorgan as well. This is just going to surely lift them a little bit in the field. Can the experienced pair start to build some pressure as a partnership? 275 for 4.
Well, having said his last spell from the pavilion end was a bit disappointing, Fernando appears to have found his mojo again back from this end.
Speaking of finding their mojo, Coots in the middle there of an natter with Ryan Higgins. Fernandez and Holden been and gone as well. Fair few runs sat there on the boundary, not today for Higgins, but Fernandez 58, Holden 107. Higgins, the gun batter of the last 2 years.
Someone's finally persuaded Max to take the pads off then. Got the disappointment out of his system. Zainul Hassan from the pavilion end.
We had 8 overs since tea, so just the 4th from Van der Houten, but I felt that, except as a partnership, he and Fernando were just with the chance of building some pressure there. Now! If that hasn't put something in Gedde's mind, well, I don't know what will. Down the slope, and when it comes down the slope, it can keep low. Under the bat, this. Oh.
Yeah, there's keeping low and there's keeping low.
But you do see it here at Lord's with that slope. If it jags back in like that, there is a good chance the trajectory will also just keep a fraction low on the batter. Well, I say a fraction, a fair bit low. You do You see it here. It's one, you know, if one goes straight on and keeps slow like that, okay. Let's put something in the mind of the 23-year-old, try and get forward. Gains any movement, but also that. Plays it very late, doesn't he? Geddes?
He's very, very classical, isn't he?
Take Cook tumbling. Oh, now we've seen one keep low in this over. I think you can see a fair bit of the off stump on that. Don't think he got a long way across, which again with the slope, yeah, if you look at that front pad, and very high. 275 for 4.
Back-to-back maidens from Glamorgan. Just slowing down the run race ever so slightly. In fact, it's one ball off of 3 maidens in a row, 17 dots.
21 for a wicket.
If it is, I'm blaming you.
I didn't make it up, the Aussies did.
Deploy still looking for this single to go to 50.
Is Alan Border? Is it Borders Australia that first said 21 dot balls for a wicket?
Sounds like the sort of grumpy thing he would have come up with.
Quite a piece of string at the moment, but not far off. It's a good matchup, this, isn't it? Fernando and Deploy, a prod at the surface. A ton would be nice. Wicket for that man, particularly Deploy. Would be highly prized. A little shake of the head.
Yeah, Deploy's been out there 105 balls in just short of 3 hours. And that ball from Fernando was too good even for him. Drop back into their line and length now and making very much use of this ball.
20 dot balls. Someone wake Border up. What time is it down under?
Just that pressure building means that Deploy is going to look to use his feet to get some momentum into the ball, that trigger movement.
.50 up. Elias deploy. 21 dot balls, followed by a single. And the first 50 of the season for Middlesex is number 4. Happy to have that one under his belts. 4 fours and his 50. An aggressive, powerful, positive middle order batter. The last 2 of the recognised top order out in the middle. Both will fancy this if they do get in. As we said, they will score quickly. Oh, now. How many times have we seen that today? A couple of times. Well, inside edge onto the pads, but a couple of times now we've seen it inside edge onto the pads and then back up the track. Could have gone anywhere, just like Holden earlier, hits the back leg and then goes up the track again.
Nice bit of footwork, actually.
So it's a little flick with the inside of the boot. Gianfranco Zola flicked on in like that once, didn't he? Reckon he'd been a good leg break bowler.
Been a very good short leg.
Yeah, it's funny to say if deploy gets himself in, but 107 deliveries, 50 on the board. I do think that was slightly on his mind. There's his wagon wheel. There's the 4 fours. It's interesting, not much down the ground from deploy, from a batter who will be positive, will use his feet and will show that full face of the blade to the bowler. Really hit powerfully down the ground. But we did wonder today whether the pitch had just lost a little bit of the pace that we saw yesterday. I wonder, is that illustrative of it? 276 for 4.
Shall we? Shan't we? No, we won't. Well, that's enough for Chris Cook to call for his keeping helmet to stand up to the stumps. Twelfth man's getting an absolutely rapturous reception for sprinting out with the helmet. He tossed it to Chris Cook and then carried on straight down to long leg, not to delay proceedings. Carlson was creeping closer and closer at second slip and has now gone to a short, very short straight mid-on, half a step off the pitch. There he is, right in the batter's eye line.
Again, that, as much as the wagon wheel from deploy, that tells us about the pace of the pitch, doesn't it, on the drive? How much have we seen down the ground today? Not much at all. Wax lyrical about a few cover drives, square of the wicket. There's a little bit of width has been offered. He's going hard at it back past the bowler, which is pretty normal for early season conditions in England. And again, that gives you a little idea about the run rate as well, down below 3. Slower surface. Doesn't mean the ball doesn't come onto the bat quite in the same way, doesn't race in the same way to the boundary. Just seen a quick wagon wheel of the entire innings. Nothing between mid-off and mid-on, run scoring. This goes down the slope. Two closest scoring shots to mid-off and mid-on would have been where they were, but clearly looking at the wagon wheel, they were either a little wide, well, they were obviously a little wider of normal mid-off and mid-on for those scoring shots, but nothing in between what would be an orthodox mid-off and mid-on in this innings so far. 278 for 4. Bit of jibber jabber out in the middle. Plenty of it up here. It's BA's line, wasn't it, Mr. T? Stop your jibber jabber. That wasn't me telling you to stop that, girl. I'll be pretty lonely up here if you do.
I was just thinking that the A-Team was one of those programmes that should never have been rebooted. The original was so good, you just couldn't reboot it. Not properly, because it would always be a pastiche, wouldn't it?
Rebooted as a movie, wasn't it?
Yes.
Yeah. Liam Neeson as Hannibal. Sure. That is hit in the air and just in front of backward point, reaching for it slightly, Geddes. Is there a little bit more in this second new ball for Glamorgan? Just watch the shape on this one. Yeah, it goes away from him. He's left searching for it slightly. We haven't seen that much sideways movement today.
If it is going to start shaping that way, I wonder if Glamorgan will look at the deep backward square leg. Because if it's swinging like that, then you want to be pitching up so it swings, which means I can't see how they hit the ball to deep backward square. I'll put him across on the other side and act as a cover sweeper.
Behind that one again. The last ball left him down the slope and he was searching for it slightly. He's got to be putting thoughts into the batters' minds at the moment, hasn't he, Fernando, in this spell?
Oh, absolutely. We're now in, what, 17th over with the new ball. Lacquer is off by now. So it's what Glamorgan are doing with the ball. Can they start shaping it?
A real shape on that one. Pretty gun barrel straight. Trajectory as it heads to the boundary. Straight out of the middle of that. Straight out of the screws. And 4 more for Middlesex, 4 more for Geddes. He's on to 18.
He's bowled that straight onto the middle, hasn't he? Let's be honest. Good looking, isn't it? Minimum of fuss kind of shot. Nice, smooth bat plane. Beat the fielders. Take 4 for yourself. Well, Glamorgan have taken one off from the leg side for the cover sweeper.
Didn't think he was going to get the bat down on that. Couple of runs down the ground, first of the innings. I think about a third, and back they come. It's only though because with that one he was just jabbing the bat down as much as anything. Geddes moves to 21. Middlesex 289 for 4. The partnership is worth 43. Geddes will keep the strike with 3 to end the over. 20 overs to go today. So we'll really hope they're batting until at least lunchtime tomorrow. By which point, you'd fancy it's quite the effort for Glamorgan to take this into a 4th innings if they do.
Well, 3 and over for 20 overs is another 60 tonight. That's 150 lead. 30 odd overs in the morning. At 3 and over, that's basically another 100. That's 250. And you're asking them to make something very significant then.
So it rolls down the pad. Width. Attempted square drive. That's what he was eyeing. Should go, does go. Not much room for the square leg to get around. Nicely timed.
Glamorgan filling the leg side again. The very short straight mid-on, conventional mid-on, and mid-wicket. With 2 deeper fielders, one out at deep mid-wicket, deep backward square about 10 in from the boundary.
Have you looked at the forecast for Monday?
I did.
Was it the first thing you looked at when you woke up?
No, it wasn't. It certainly wasn't. I looked yesterday and it seemed okay, but I'm always a bit nervous and looking more than 24 hours at a time in this country. There is so much.
.98 done in the innings. There's 19 remaining in the second day. 293 for 4.
Not the greatest is the answer to your question, by the way, with regards to Monday's weather. According to what I'm looking at the moment, at 1 o'clock on Monday, there's an 80% chance of some rain. At 4 o'clock, there's a 70% chance of some rain. So Monday afternoon might not be a caps, t-shirts, and beer in the sunshine day. So make the most of it now, gents.
Bashir's back. Number 61 from 15. Replaces Fernando. What was a good spell, I thought. Number 79 from 20. I don't think that economy rate tells the story for Fernando, but I do think that was potentially his best spell of the day. And he's back to the nursery end again.
Drop back into his line and length pretty quickly here, Bashir. Earlier on, Middlesex were quite happily manoeuvring him around. Obviously hold him with those couple of wallops into the leg side.
Still managed to keep Middlesex below that 3 move, haven't they, which has been good from Glamorgan. Something we've noted all the way through from the visitors. Haven't let it get out of control at all, have they? Oh, is that Bale just... Well, the ball flicked up and hit him in the head.
Certainly ball has made contact with stumps and then something has ricocheted up and hit him.
It was a horrible incident for Boucher, obviously struck by a Bale.
One of the reasons that a lot of wicket keepers standing up wear sunglasses when they can, because if nothing else it just gives the eyes a little bit of protection. Mark Boucher, as you say, had a problem. Paul Downton. He's a good player, Mark Boucher. Just mentioning him. Tough as old boots. Was in and out of the side around sort of 2004, 2005, and got the raging hump about it, to put it bluntly, but used that determination to get himself back into the side.
Middlesex just grabbing these singles where they can to try and keep the rate ticking. really nicely run. Bangladesh down to take a deep third. Just a couple. Pushes Middlesex to the verge of the second batting point. 10 overs after this with the bonus points in play. 2 more wickets for a second batting point, for second bowling point for Glamorgan. Bit of shape on that. Straightened up the slope on him.
Feels like we're saying that a little bit more often than the last 20 minutes, half an hour. This new ball, obviously now warmer conditions, just seems to be doing a little bit more.
$100 overs up. 297 for 4, 17 overs remaining of the second day. Lead of 98. It's already substantial for Middlesex. 6 wickets remaining. They'll really be thinking about a minimum 200 lead. Don't think in the next 10 overs they'll be thinking at all about the 350 and the third batting point. Just play the game in front of them. Oh, little dance from Deploy. And then he waits on him.
Yeah, flatter from Bashir on that occasion. Just flatter and quicker. You do have to remind yourself that Shoaib Bashir is only 21 years of age. When we talk about wily old spinners, it's a phrase that we use a lot. You've got to learn your craft. There's that natural ability to bowl, but then there's that situational stuff, both good and bad. If you get yourself into a sticky situation, how do you get yourself out of it? And those are the things that you only get by playing cricket. The more you play, the more you learn.
$300 up. 300 for 4. Second batting point for Middlesex. 606 deliveries. 415 minutes. 304 is the score. Deploys on 55. He keeps the strike. There's an hour to go. There or thereabouts on the final day. 16 overs remaining. It's funny, the glorious conditions we've got. Stark contrast with last night. It feels a lot earlier in the day than it did yesterday at 5:30.
An innings that is 5 minutes short of 7 hours in total. They've now got a score that starts with a 3. How to make the most of it.
Definitely movement through the air at the moment. Another one down the ground, just a single.
Well, it feels like if it is swinging, then Glamorgan are going to be going that bit straighter and a bit fuller to try and exploit it, which might bring down the ground more into play.
Nurdling sums up the last hour for me, probably this from Middlesex. So just nudged and nurdled. Happily so, this partnership's 47.
Five boundaries in this partnership, of which Geddes has hit 4 of them.
It's very un-Lewis, deploy-like. Strong, powerful hitter of the ball. Two overs complete, 15 to go of the day, 303 for 4. Almost feels like Holdham's playing a little bit of a game of his own out there. Fernandez played a few with a flourish, didn't he? And Geddes has started to. As he said, 4 of the boundaries of the 5 in this partnership, and most of them out of the meat of the bat, but it was Holden who was really able to go up the gears when he wanted to. He was getting that, well, he did get that run rate from about 2.4 to 2.9.
Yeah, Holden's strike rate in his innings, 54. Geddes is currently at 50.8. And everyone else in the 40s. Holden 16 boundary 4s and a 6 in that 107. Actually, you're having a long conversation with Sam Northeast after that delivery. Calmly played out to deep point and take a single.
That gets through. Goodness me, is he going to get full reward? He is as well. Nearly the perfect floor. That one actually went over the rope.
I confess I didn't think he got that much of it.
50 partnership as well, of which Deploy has 21. He was outscored by Holden in their partnerships, quite handsomely in fact. Outscored by Geddes now, just bringing the balance back slightly with that boundary. They came together with the score on 2-5-6 for 4 when Higgins fell just before tea.
Yeah, Deploy appears to be playing a role at the moment, doesn't he? Let the others play as quick as they want. He is going to occupy the crease. I mean, obviously that's the role of every batter. You can't score runs in the pavilion is the old saying, but you know what I mean.
No, I do. I do wonder. I've been pondering it myself whether this has been a determined innings from Deploy where he said, right, this is the one where I get the runs this season now. Whether he has felt out of nick at the start of the season or whether it's just been one of those runs. 4 without a 50 for him. He'd have walked in, I think, after the start that Eskenazi Fernandez. Holden gave it and said, all right, I've set it up here. Today's the day to get that 50, to get in. And I'm sure he'll realise as well that they do look at the weather reports as well, forecasts, even though they tell us they don't, but sure they do. But even just match position, you look at it and you say, well, there is the opportunity to bat once in this one. So twofold for Deploy, but yeah, I've been pondering that myself, whether he said, look, this is the innings where I get myself into the season. Get that 50 on the board, maybe even more. But at least get the first 50 of the campaign. Not that he would have been one of the candidates to go when Robson returned, but we've seen Eskenazi and Fernandez both get 50s now. They're going to make it difficult if Robson's back next week, aren't they? 50 for Eskenazi last up. He got a fine 39 in tough conditions last night and this morning. 58 now for Fernandez, gets him on the board for the year. 107 Holden, Deploy 63. They'll have to find a spot for Robson somewhere.
Yeah, that trip to Derby next up. At Derby currently. Derbyshire taking on Northants. Derbyshire 307 all out. In reply, Northants 185 for 2.
The old Classico of the East Midlands. Although Northamptonshire, I don't think Northamptonshire quite gets in amongst the East Midlands, is it?
No, it technically does. I think the Nottinghamshire Derbyshire game is the one.
That's the Brian Clough derby. So
Yes, yes.
even in cricket.
Yeah. Well, they didn't name the A52 the Brian Clough Way between Nottingham and Derby.
13 left on the second day, 311 for 4, a lead of 112. Pretty heavy collapse for Glamorgan in their first innings. Middlesex will hope for something of the same in the second. We're watching the live enhanced stream from Middlesex live here at Lords in association with Dafabet.
Returning at the nursery end, Ned Leonard.
Well, we're going to go back to seam from the nursery end. Here we go with Ned Leonard once again.
But no foreshadows today.
Two slips. Cover point, cover mid-off, mid-on. Deep square leg, long leg, and a deep third as well.
Took the new ball, didn't he, Leonard? But a spell after tea. Just banged it in a little bit too short. Whether that was on order, whether he got carried away with the second new ball. Needs to follow the lead of Hassan, Van der Hoeden and Fernando, who have all probed that off stump pretty well with the second new ball. Chin music again. I mean, he may have been asked to deploy this tactic. There's a deep backward square, a long leg, a very big boundary down there. Geddes has been out a couple or three times maybe this season. Twice, once against Lancashire, once against Kent. Going for the hook or the pull. He's been more caught in front of the wicket when he has gone for it. Right up there. Short of a length, not quite the bumper that time.
Fielder under the helmet. That short square leg goes into place.
That's nice. Ushered. Mid-on. Long chase for North East. All the way to the most north-westerly part of Lords.
Couple of quick tablets, running repairs for Callaway. And that one just seemed to climb a little bit. Kenny's had to raise his hands. As did Cook behind the stumps, just in case it went through.
Fog of war has sprung to mind much of today. Batting side are clearly on top, but run rate below 3 and over all day. Middlesex happy to take their time, and rightly so. No rush at all. Only rush may come later in the game if there is a bit of rain around, but that's not for now. Swinging in.
Does sound an odd thing to say that, doesn't it? It sounds like two things that don't go together. The batting side are on top, but the run rate's below 3 and over, because so many people are preconditioned to the style of cricket that England are playing in test matches or whatever, but actually that is the outlying style. You can be on top, but not be scoring at 95 and over.
End of the 106, 3:15 for 4. I remember when Morgan became the 50-over skipper for England, and all of a sudden it was 300 or busts. You know, get out there, score runs, score big runs. And asking Angus Fraser about it. I said, well, you know, is that something you expect to see at Middlesex as well? Actually, Morgan took over the 50 over and the T20 side for Middlesex at the same time as being England's white ball captain as well. We said, are we going to see the same here? And well, Fraser's answer was, well, no. One, the depth of talent for the England side. You're picking the 11 best players in one-day cup cricket. So, one-day cricket. So the top 5, but even the top 7 or 8 with all-rounders as well. These are players who are deliberately picked to go out and do that. The counties don't have that luxury. You don't have a squad, the depth of talent to pick from, to pick players to go out and regularly hit 300 plus. Now, it's changed a little bit since then, mind. The game does evolve and it does move on, but it doesn't happen overnight that it drops down a level. But the other thing, crucially, in Gus's answer at that point was the pitches. So the surfaces aren't there in county cricket as they are in international cricket. To go out there and trust the pitches, and as we've seen here, hitting down the ground. Not many runs in 315. You could probably count with two hands how many runs have gone down the ground in this innings. I think that's what we've seen today. It's two really good tracks here at Lord's. First of the season at the top of the hill, went out the lower end of the slope, which can be, as we said, a little bit more bowler friendly. Damper end of the square, it's lower down. That means it is that fraction slower. Middlesex have played it accordingly, even there. Deploy using his feet just for a gentle nudge into the onside. Player who goes so hard at that ball, and the ball goes so hard off the middle of that bat. Not today. Strike rate below 50 for Deploy. Five boundaries for Deploy, and Geddes 4 already. He's got 33. Been there for half the deliveries of Deploy. Not often Deploy is outdone on the boundary count like that. Slight change of fields. Gone to a 5-4 field on the onside for Deployers. Leonard's around the wicket.
Well, while we're comparing stats, Deploy has actually now batted 2 minutes longer than Max Holden did. However, Holden's innings was 198 balls, Deploy's is 140, as you can see there. So he's not faced the same amount of balls, but it gives you an idea of what Max Holden did earlier in the day.
Pinch the strike.
I was trying to put it politely, but
no, that wasn't what he had in mind. Yeah, just walk down, poke and prod it, and get it out your mind. Get ready for the next one.
Again, I think that's another really good example of that delivery there. It's that checked shot into the offside. So often you will see that bat come down hard, both hands, and that ball be timed immaculately. Sitting in, even late on the second evening, with 3:15 for 4 on the board. I think the couple of wickets, the way they fell just before tea as well, perhaps focused, sharpened the concentration of Middlesex. To say, hold on a minute, this could go wrong very quickly here. Deploy is a very intelligent cricketer. He's hugely talented. Very, very intelligent as well. 3 wise men. Spot in the sun.
Feels like one of them didn't get the message about the headgear.
Well, he might be saying he's quite warm.
Yeah. Woolly in this one, but it might be a good choice. We're obviously talking from the safety of an air-conditioned commentary box.
Nothing safe about the air conditioning in here when Dan's got control of the The aircon. Up and down.
It's like a fiddler's elbow.
I'm glad I left the analogy to you.
Geddes feels he's missed out there. Bashir's hand is stinging away because he stopped that going for a boundary. Oh, that one smarting. Back in the old days, you wouldn't have your premier spinner at extra cover, would you, on the drive? Worked nicely and quietly for a single.
End of the over, just a single off at 11 maidens in his 26 for Van der Houten. He's taken 3 for 49. He took the first 3 to go, but Leonard picked up Higgins just before tea. It's wicketless in the evening session for Glamorgan so far. 316 for 4. thumped to deep backward square. The bumper is dispatched. And that's just alleviated a little bit of pressure, because that's first boundary in 6 overs and only a second boundary in, I think we've got 12, 96th over, 98th over, so 11. So just the second boundary in 11 overs at 4 down in the 109th over of the innings. Again, that's credit to Glamorgan. Oh! It's interesting. Does that tell us a little bit about where Deploy is at the moment as well? Big wide open start, but look at that front foot, hasn't gone anywhere at all. Okay, there you go, that's where it should have been.
You can always tell when it moves afterwards, and that happens because you're off balance. Then it goes to balance you up.
Well, hasn't done a great deal there from around the wicket. Vastly experienced Deploy. Look at the ring they've got around him. All on the single when you've got a player on 69 and a side 3-2-1 for 4. There you go. It's a bit more like it from Deploy. A bit more positive, feet moving. There was a drive or a clip early in his innings that was crisply away, but we haven't seen those full-blooded drives, that real full show of the bat from Deploy that says, yep, it's coming out nicely. Again, slight reflection on the pace of this innings that has been consistent throughout. So it's not so much a reflection on Deploy, but this is his first 50 of the season. It does appear as though he's had a razor-sharp focus in this innings, that he's there for the long haul. They're bringing in a leg gully now for Deploy as well. Slipping a leg gully. And then it's offered outside off. And that alleviates a bit of pressure as well. Races. He's into the 70s.
He's just dragged that down a bit. Bit of width as well. And Deploy just belts that away backward a point. Looked a little bit tired, Ned Leonard, with that one, if we're honest. End of his 25th over of this innings. As we tick past 6 o'clock, it's still 8 overs to bowl.
Oh. Hello. It looked as though he was going to get it easy enough. Oh dear. I think Van der Houten forgot just how wide his mid-on fielder was.
Mid-on didn't realise how straight the ball was, and they effectively left it to each other.
Another one where he stands up tall and short boundary into the offside. Looks in good position, but then strokes a dot ball to cover. Very different Elias Deploy innings this. Strike rate remains below 50. Genuinely think that stat alone tells you everything you need to know about where this innings is, where the day is, what's going on out there.
He's loosening up again.
Single 20 over, 5 off it. Run rate nudges up to 3. It's the first time, I think, if not in the innings, then certainly from early in Eskenazi and Fernandez partnership.
Conversation's got to be right. You and me, we're here at the close. It's just 7 more overs, 42 more balls. And the first 6 of those will be bowled by the Sri Lankan seamer.
Swing, way down the slope it goes, but not swinging at any great pace, and that's the thing. For the swing that we've noted out there, something that we certainly noted at lunch and just after. How many times did the ball beat in the bat today? There was Van der Gooten to Eskenazi right at the start of the day, got a couple. Let's go past the edge. Of course there were a couple more than that, but not that many of note. Really interesting difference in yesterday, whereas I think, you know, obviously that afternoon session, 7 down, but morning session, afternoon, how much of that was cloud cover? As that movement of the ball yesterday seemed to happen at a greater pace. Geddes moves to 40. Partnership is now 75. Lead is 132, and at 4 down, with the second new ball now with 30 overs on it, if you've got 6 wickets standing, batter on 74, another on 40, and a lead of 132, a greedy Glamorgan really will be thinking, right, we've got to keep this lead to below 200. That would be greedy. So Middlesex have got to be minimum thinking that the lead is going to be at least 100 more on from here with their final 6 wickets. And I think that's what they're banking on. Elias Deploy, for the first time in a while, gives it a bit of a clump. It's the longest boundary on the ground, so don't read too much into that, not making it all the way. It's all the way uphill. And it's a very big boundary, but he picks up 3 to move to 77. But that was the first one in a while that it feels he stood up tall to, or got on the front foot to, and just happily played through the line. We have seen that all day, haven't we? We've seen it on the wagon wheels that we showed. Wickets have been square of the wicket in this one. Runs have been square of the wickets. Sweeper's back, just the single. I don't mind that, we were going to touch on that earlier. Deep point and deep square back. I don't mind that at all. I don't think that's defensive, I think that's pretty prudent. It's helped to keep that run rate below 3 for the most part. But as when a partnership gets going, so the run rate accelerates. They went from 2.4 to about 2.8. 2.9 nearly with Holden going well. Then with a couple of wickets it brought it back down again, this run rate.
Six to go in the day. 3:35 for 4. It's been a fine day in terms of the weather and the cricket. We will get the full day in with no issues at all today. Tomorrow should be pretty good as well.
That was a heavenly fade from producer down there.
Glamorgan staying with the 5-4 leg side field. Mid on. A short square leg and a short mid wicket. Along with a mid wicket on the boundary and the long leg. We clearly don't want to let that lead get heavily inflated this evening in this last part of the day.
back edge. Squirt square. Again, something we've said all day.
That's another one ticked off. 30 legal deliveries left on day 2. Well, that's a beautiful shot. And we're seeing more and more deliveries getting hit straight back past the bowler now. Three more.
Kept a fraction low on the back foot. He's almost up off his toes, but had to bend the back down to get the bat onto it. Leg side, I think. I reckon there was a fair bit of middle and all of off on display.
Yeah, you can see 2 of those stumps between his legs from the other end. Sliding down the leg side.
340 for 4, 113 overs done. 4 to go today. And we said if Middlesex were batting at lunchtime tomorrow, then you're looking at circa a lead of 250. And at the moment, the way things are going, Glamorgan do very well to pick up 6 wickets in the morning session. I'd ideally love to take just one with them tonight. Kellaway's back, number 7 from 2 for the off spinner. Can bowl slow left arm as well. He's going to go with the off spin for now, though. 2 lefties, one lefty out there. I wonder will he change for Geddes. He hasn't bowled at the right hander yet in this innings. He's got Deploy to look at first. Ooh. Off the stumps from Deploy.
Well, Middlesex lost one just before lunch and then did it again just before tea. Do not repeat that mistake just before the close. Callaway does have the best in first-class cricket of a 5-fer. Was 5 for 142, but he still took the 5.
Ton up and a 5-fer. Who buys the jug? Bit of term, but short, wide. Cut to Al Hassan at cover. Deep cover.
And just stood up, and Deploy was always going to give that a lash, wasn't he? Just for a single, as it turned out. So 3 more to go tonight.
It's good old-fashioned traditional first-class cricket, this. Early season on a good pitch for batters and bowlers. Middlesex winning what does as well look to be a good toss right now because of the difference in overhead conditions on day 1 and day 2. Ball was clearly doing a little bit more yesterday morning, yesterday afternoon for Middlesex. And when the ball does do that a little bit more, of course, the surface can appear quicker, can't it? So it's not so much that it's slowed up today, but definitely not done as much under sunny skies all day. illustrative again of the day, I think. There we go. Look where he's lining all that up. Look at the push that he has at this ball. It's rarely been sweetly out of the bat all day for many of the Middlesex players. You even think a couple of the big opening up shots from Holden to the onside. He got a big 6 away, didn't he? But smeared a couple more. I haven't waxed lyrical about the timing all day today. A day of determination and digging in. Back to the 90s, Test cricket when the Australians pushed scoring rates to 4 and over. That was a kick on, wasn't it, in advance? In the history of the game, obviously nowadays we're accustomed to that bit of baseball, scoring at a much quicker rate than that. Just looks so difficult to time all day. And again, credit there has to go to Glamorgan. So easy to lose control of a game when you're not taking wickets. So easy to lose your focus and your consistency, and not so much commitment, but it's just that requirement, ball after ball, and you're not getting the reward, you're not getting close to the reward, you're not being given a sniff.
The great thing about cricket, isn't there? There's wickets and runs involved. Okay, as a bowling side, you might not be getting wickets, but make sure they're not getting runs. That run rate being under 3 means that Middlesex haven't been able to canter away. Yes, they've got a good lead, but it's taken a lot of getting there. 143 the lead at the moment. 2 more overs today.
55 runs scored in the morning session. Middlesex has scored that by 50 minutes of the afternoon session. They went off for tea at 256 for 4, the fall of Higgins. So we haven't seen 100 runs in the evening session, which is unusual to see, especially when it's wicketless. 11 balls left of the day. Giddy's had the chance to register a 50 before players walk off for the evening. Indeed, will Glamorgan be able to pick up a 5th? Be halfway through the innings. That would be something to take off with them tonight, but it is a difficult game ahead here now for Glamorgan.
We'll put a second mid-wicket out. Deep square and deep mid-wicket leg side now. I mean, you might not go full Jeremy Snape moon ball, but if you're Kellaway, you might toss one up to see if Geddes wants to have a bit of a whack into the stand.
Oh, now that was given some air. Will it go? It's grinding to a halt, that ball. And he's on to 48, Geddes. Nothing like a bit of flight.
In fairness, it's a good thick edge, so it's always going down. But an edge is an edge.
2 slips for deploy. Yeah, it's funny, isn't it? 'Cause a day like today, you could walk off and say, goodness me, we went past the bat so many times. How many times, oh, we put down this catch, we put down that one. chances and edges have been few and far between. Nearly had a couple in and over. Won't be the 50 in this over. He might get one more stab at it in the final over of the day. 48 for Geddes. Partnership is worth 90. 91. The hardy few has thinned out this Saturday evening, late in the day, another late finish, 6:30. Bit of a breeze despite that sunshine.
Oh, you might as well see it through to the close, straight to the Trocadero, and then kick on through.
What's on in the Trocadero tonight, Macca?
Well, he's not on at the Trocadero, but Carlson's on at the nursery end.
Yes, no, goodness me. No was the correct decision.
He's almost pulled the pin on that one. First one was clearly just a loosener then.
Three to go the day. Single brings Geddes onto strike on 48.
Change the field. Change as many fielders as you can is the Glamorgan thought process. Hold up Geddes on strike.
It's going to have to be a filthy delivery for him to think about it at this time, but of course we know what can happen with filthy deliveries. That'll be the 50 for Ben Geddes. It's been a fine knock for the Middlesex number 6. It's been a testing day for bat and ball. They've been at each other toe to toe all day long. Geddes able to raise his bat around Lords. Middlesex were pretty happy with his signing. It was deploy last winter, Geddes this winter, and to go with a 74 in the match against Lancashire, a 75 against Kent, and for a third consecutive match in his Middlesex career, it's another 50. Tickled for a couple. Oh, in the late evening sun, it's even got to me. Bonus points are up. 353 for 4, but bonus points done 7 overs ago. We were counting down the day, as Middlesex have been doing as well, and indeed I think Glamorgan as well to some extent. It's been a hard day's toil out in the middle for both. Middlesex have worked very, very hard for this lead. 154 with 6 wickets standing is significant. There will be an eye on the weather in this match now, but it's been a day for the batters, but it hasn't been easy for them. But no doubt, noses in front doesn't even start to say it. Brilliant from deploy and from Geddes. They've had to dig in for this one. They've given themselves a very, very good chance of taking full control of this match.
Yeah, excellent day's work. Excellent day's work. And a couple of really good innings. Obviously Holden's 107 stands out. Deploy still going on 83. But you look down the batting card. Eskenazi 39, Fernandez 58. 107 for Holden. Deploy 83. get his 51 not out. Basically everyone's chipped in, and that's all you can ask for as a unit.
Absolutely. Andrew McKenna, thanks very much for your company today. The live stream from Middlesex in association with Daffabet, from myself, Kevin Hand, and the rest of the stream team here at Lords. We'll say goodnight to you with Middlesex leading by 154. Do join us in the morning if you can. They'll be resuming the hosts on 353 for 4.
Please place any rubbish in the recycling or general waste bins provided, and please take a read.
Or charge them and deposit them into the grandstand. He hasn't, he hasn't, he has! What a catch! Edge and gone first ball, second slip takes the catch.
Unbelievable.
Has he got him? He has. Oh, wow. Now, that is some pickup shot. Goes again. Off the bat again, that sounded big, and it was just as big. 50 for Eskenazi. He hasn't, he hasn't, he has! What a catch!
Oh, look at that. Have that.
Unbelievable.
All the fun and all the games, they all start here with All Stars Cricket. All new experiences for everyone, all over the country. Every session is all-out action all the time. All welcome, all invited, even mums and dads.
Skills,
Friendships, smiles, dreams.
it all happens here. All you need is delivered right to your door. Best of all, it even has your name on it.
All the activators are fully trained, and all they want is for us to have a great time.
Always.
Tap, ball,
Catch.
throw.
Try it all.
It's time to go all in, all together.
And it all starts with All Stars.
All you need to get started is at allstarscricket.co.uk.
Power your play this holiday at Dynamo's Cricket.